Hello and welcome to IO Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Jeff Dean, the head
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming so bright and early on this 8:30, and thank you for those who are watching along. We are so excited to have you here because in the next 40 minutes, you will be experts in making games on the Google Assistant. We're going to discuss why we are serious about play and why we think you should be too, and who is excited to play these games. And then we're going to get into tips of how, with words, pixels, sounds, and the code to make it happen. And then lastly, what you can do to be found on the Google Assistant. But before I go any further, let me introduce myself. I am Tushan. I am a product manager for fun and delight on the Google Assistant. And I'm joined by Andy. He's also fun. He's our team's creative lead. And Ralphie, who is our product manager on Dialogflow. And while he doesn't have fun in his title, I can guarantee you he's fun. We are a really big team of writers, engineers, designers, sound gurus who drive the personality and delight of the Google Assistant. This team crafts how we respond to lots of queries, like tell me a joke, to how are you doing, or a surprisingly popular one, which is, hey Google, I love you. People say that. And it's about getting things done, and that is absolutely true. We're here to make your life easier. But we're also here to make it a lot more fun, too. And that's our little slogan for our team. We build apps like a trivia game called Are You Feeling Lucky? And the reason we do this is so that we can learn how to make these games and make sure that those APIs that you need exist so that you can go build them. We also build templates, and we worked with BuzzFeed recently to bring them on board onto the Google Assistant, and where you can find out what dessert are you, all those fun quizzes that they have on their site, now you can play through the Google Assistant. And we also work with awesome startups like Volley, who made a game called King for a Day. That's one of the first that runs on these smart displays that you've probably seen around. And we're excited to show you those apps. For example, they run on the smart display right here, and they soon will be running on phones and TVs. And we've tried to make it easy for you. Rest assured, all those awesome Google actions that you've already built can get upgraded with ease, with technologies you're very familiar with, HTML5, to make that happen. So I'm sure many of you are like us, where when you were a kid, you wanted a talking robot. I always wanted Optimus Prime, and now we have it. It's called the Google Assistant. And that is quite an opportunity for us. This is one of my favorite charts. Each curve here is the adoption curve of new technologies over time. And as you can see, each one gets sharper and has higher adoption rates as we get closer to where we are now. And then you look at us, smart speakers. Now, while it's small right now, that curve is the sharpest of them all. People are running to these devices and adding it to their homes around the world. Now, you probably think of the Google Assistant as primarily coming through these, the Google Homes, and tons made by third parties. And that's definitely the way to think of us. But we want you to think of it as more than just those devices. The Assistant is everywhere. It's in your kitchen on those smart displays. It's in the living room on TVs. And most importantly, it's on the go. It's in millions and millions of people's pockets on their phones. And we think that's an opportunity to reach users in a variety of modes, in a variety of places. And we believe it's a new type of play. We call it conversational play. And while we feel like we're in the black and white film era of this, like we're still learning how to go build these games, we do know a couple things. When we look at who our users are, we're seeing a couple patterns of who they are. They're millennials, their families, and their kids. Perfect game players. We also want to highlight this. This is Angry Birds' rise to fame. And what's important to note is it took a while before Angry Birds became one of the seminal games on touchscreens. Smartphones were released, and it took about 2 years before Angry Birds even came out and Rise. And this is where we are right now. Smart speakers have been out for a while, but there's an inflection point that we believe is going to happen, particularly around play. And we're down there, and we believe that one of you, many of you, hopefully all of you, will be on that curve coming up. So I'm going to hand this off to Andy, who will talk about building blocks of play.
All right, thank you, Tushan. So I'm Andy, and I am also officially fun. And what I would like to do is talk to you about the building blocks of great conversational gameplay. So there's going to be unique challenges that make designing conversational games very different than your console, PC, or mobile games. And so here are some of the principles that our team uses to deliver engaging experiences that users love. First, we need to create the universe. Think of some of your favorite games. What are the worlds that they transport you to? Some of my old school favorites are things like Dark Castle and Space Quest and Zelda. And there's this orchestration of elements through the backgrounds, the characters, the story, the sound. They all work together. But they often rely on visuals to bring this world to life. Now, with conversational games, we don't always have those elements to work with. So we need to look for inspiration elsewhere. And one of the places that we can look is the oral storytelling techniques that go back hundreds of years. So a simple story starting phrase like once upon a time helps set the stage in fairy tales, fables, and myths. And the origins date back past the 1400s. They're also pretty much universal. You can find equivalents in dozens of languages. So things like a long time ago or there once lived. So for us to create our universe, we need to set the stage, just like Once Upon a Time does for fairy tales. It doesn't need to be much, but it does help users understand the world they are in. So here's a quick example. If you ask the assistant, what should I be for Halloween? It's going to go through a series of questions and help you decide a silly costume that you should wear when you go trick-or-treating. So here are two approaches on how we can bring the player into the game. Let's listen to the first one.
Welcome to the Halloween costume quiz. Answer these 5 questions to find out what you should be for Halloween this year.
All right. So that technically does the job. It brings the user in a little bit. It also at least gives feedback to let users know that they've entered the right game. But I think we can do more. So now let's listen to this second option.
Wow, I'm so glad you asked. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm kind of an expert. Oh, hold on.
Trick or treat!
Nice costumes. Great use of burlap. Here you go.
Thank you.
Okay, run along and have fun.
Thank you.
I need to help someone now.
Bye.
Okay, let me assess your costume interests with a few questions. Are you ready?
So listen to how that second version really starts to set the stage, and more importantly, it gets users excited about playing the game. So the other thing that we really need to do is to kind of look on ways to layer in sound design. It's such a critical element, especially since we have fewer elements to work with. So we want to look at ways to kind of paint this audio world. Now, this can be done in a couple ways. One is kind of through the background, so music or atmosphere to kind of really help kind of create that whole effect. Or we can also use it as a foreground element. So maybe we want to use it as a way to give feedback to the user that they've done something right or wrong. Or we want to use it to emphasize key moments of delight or dialogue. To illustrate this point, the Google Assistant has a poem for you, our loving audience. It's titled Bike and Kickstand. So let's listen to this.
Thanks for humoring me. Just give me a few seconds to write it down. You're like a bike, and I'm like the kickstand. Lean on me, friend, when it's time to make plans. Whether you're searching for info, trying to spell chateau, looking for recipes, or other necessities, I'll always reply.
All right. So pretty good. Now let's hear it with some sound layered in.
Thanks for humoring me. Just give me a few seconds to write it down. You're like a bike, and I'm like the kickstand. Lean on me, friend, when it's time to make plans. Whether you're searching for info, trying to spell chateau, looking for recipes, or other necessities, if you have any questions, I'll always reply.
Do you feel that? It's right here. It's deep inside. It really just helps elevate everything. And so, fortunately, later on in our wonderful program, we are going to show you how to add the love into your dialogue. Now, another thing to consider is how to use sound to get users to focus. This can be especially helpful in multiplayer experiences. So in our game, Are You Feeling Lucky? Users are automatically given names. And since you can have up to 6 players at a time, we found through our research that users might forget when it's their turn to answer. So to help get users to focus, we pair them with audio cues. So let's listen to how that works.
Okay, just so everybody is straight, I'll give you your names again. They are Nibbler, Scooter, Freestyle, and Puddles.
So this can be a great way just to kind of associate that audio cue with that name, bring users back, and it's something that you guys might want to consider as you're developing games too. How can you use audio cues to get users to focus? Now, our next principle is to keep it simple. Conversations, they're inherently linear. And it's really easy to move forwards, but it's much harder to move back. We can't ask users to hold too much in their heads. So here are a few ways that you can keep things simple. The first is use a consistent structure. Familiarity is going to make people feel more comfortable. And the more we have deviations, it's going to increase the cognitive load of that player and risk to a higher level of confusion and possibly errors. So imagine this. We're in a quiz, and here are just 2 different questions, pretty similar in structure. Now we restate that question, and then we follow up with the options. So we still kind of can vary the language a little bit, but you can see the structure is very consistent. And as the player goes through the experience, they're now going to know what to expect, allowing them to focus on the content and not the game mechanics. Now, as we push the boundaries of conversational gameplay, you may want to change the structure. So maybe you want to have like a bonus round or something like that. That's going to be OK as long as you take the time and teach the users that this portion of the game is going to be different. So you're going to need to ultimately weigh, is that worth it? Is it worth it to take that time in order to kind of explain it, even though it may slow the pace down a bit? Now, another simple thing to keep in mind is when you list out the choices for a player, just make sure you follow up with the exact order. So if we look at this, would you rather travel on a tiny plane or a surfboard? We follow up with plane and then surfboard. Sometimes it's easy just to kind of switch those around, but keep it consistent. Our next principle is to keep players engaged. We don't want your games to feel like a lecture. It's very easy for players to lose focus and get distracted. One way to do this is by analyzing the player's experience over the course of the game. So some of you kind of coming from the game world may be familiar with the player interest curve, which is essentially a way to represent the highlights and the lowlights of a player's experience. And this is going to be similar to kind of creating user journey maps, if you're familiar with product design and done some of that, kind of similar types of concepts. You're just simply going to watch players playing your game, and you're going to notice kind of like key milestones. Watch their reactions. Are they cringing? Are they excited? And you're going to start to plot this. Now, as you do this, you're going to generate these patterns. And as these patterns happen, you're going to want to kind of make sure that the curve is up. So looking at a graph like this is a little bit of a concern. You can see it starts off with a great intro, and it ends with an outcome, but the middle kind of sags a bit, and we don't want that to happen. One way to keep players engaged is to make the player part of the conversation. Your experience is going to be directed by the dialogue. So we want to make sure that we're always talking with the player and not at the player. You can do this by creating digestible chunks. You find moments for your player to participate. The other thing that we can do is respond contextually whenever possible. Craft your dialogue based on that player's response. So imagine here the player is asked if they would rather play with a unicorn or a dragon. And here we have a very generic response. So this could be something for any of the questions. However, in this example, we are able to respond to something that's not only a bit more delightful, but it also makes the game feel smarter. It's providing simple feedback to the user that the game understands what they said. Now, as we move to kind of more visual experiences, smart displays, what we're going to want to do is avoid transcribing word for word all of the dialogue. So Tushan mentioned before the BuzzFeed quiz, and so here's kind of an example. On the right here, we see this is the TTS. So this is what the output would be. On the left is more of the experience itself. So you can see we're not just kind of using the screen just to kind of throw all that text in. We want to simplify it. We want to move the user forward. We want to use the screen to create that universe. We also want to just make sure there's opportunities to kind of increase the brand and create more of an emotional connection with the user. So don't transcribe your text word for word. Another way to keep players engaged is to have a great payoff. Our users' time is very valuable, and there's a lot of competition for it. So we need to make sure that we reward them for getting to the end. So if you remember that interest curve that I was showing you before, it ended on that high note. You guys, as game designers, are going to need to figure out what that payoff is going to be. All right, our last principle is to always be playtesting. Now, in the game industry, this is nothing new. We know that it's going to help increase quality. We know it's going to help find bugs and basic design flaws. We also know that engagement is going to drop off if the game feels broken. And we should expect that errors are going to happen. Especially with conversational games, we know that players can respond with anything. The environment may be polluted, just kind of full of background noise. We definitely got a bit of that as we were kind of in the sandbox, and you can kind of hear all the people around. You know, there's just going to be situations like that if you're at a party where it might be tough. So we have to anticipate some of that. We also know that players may forget what to do next. A few common errors that we see are going to be things like no input errors, where the assistant just hasn't detected a response at all. We also see things like no match errors, where maybe the assistant can't understand the reply. And we also get false accept errors. So this might be where the assistant misunderstands the user, but just kind of moves along anyway. So here's a few things that we can do to minimize those errors and maximize the fun. One, start with your concept. And you can do this in a very lo-fi way. So have a user's players read a script of kind of the happy path, or essentially the ideal path of the gameplay. You need to make sure that the gameplay is actually fun. If the happy path isn't happy, then it might be time to look at ways to iterate on it. Another thing we do is we like to test with our eyes closed. So these are conversational games, and you start by designing with voice only. You can do this with a working prototype, so something like Dialogflow, or you can also do this as like a Wizard of Oz technique, where a team member maybe simulate the response of the system, and you kind of have it set up in this controlled environment. This is a great way to help test the content, the pacing, and the complexity of your game mechanics. Now, the last suggestion here is to test with a range of audiences, not just your primary demographic. So watch your parents play with it. Watch your kids play with it. You know, they may bubble up issues with comprehension and complexity of your dialogue. They may kind of discover that some words are just hard to say. So to wrap up really quick, some of the basic building blocks that our team uses are create the universe, keep it simple, keep users engaged, and constantly play test. Now I'm going to hand it over to Ralphie.
Hello, everyone. This is Ralphie, who is also fun, from Dialogflow team. Now that you are equipped with the expert tips from Andy, let's dive into how we can actually implement all of this. The good news is starting is really simple. We are working really hard on developing tools and capabilities to make it easier for you to focus on what you do the best, developing games. At a high level, developing actions for Google has three main components. This applies to any kind of actions, games or non-games. The first step is you need to build your conversational flows. Then you need to connect your conversational flow to your game logic. And lastly, you need to publish your actions to Google Assistant. For the rest of this talk, I'm going to focus on Dialogflow, our industry-leading conversational agent platform, creation platform, and Actions on Google Console, which is the tool that you publish your actions to Google Assistant. Dialogflow is a tool that makes it super easy to build conversational flows. It extracts meaning from dialogues, applying machine learning to the training examples that you provide. Let me show you how this works. Imagine you said the following sentence. Send 3 dragons to England immediately. Attack with green flames for 5 hours. Dialogflow understands that this is about game turn. It's not about user asking for help or trying to exit the game. It's about game turn. It also identifies important concepts within this piece of dialogue. It understands common concepts like numbers, countries, colors. It can also extract specific concepts about your game, like characters and weapons. It's smart enough to understand some more complex concepts like time, which is relative. In this example, when you say 5 hours, it resolves it from the time that the sentence was uttered to 5 hours later. Another cool thing about Dialogflow is it comes with built-in internationalization support. With just a few clicks, you can replicate the same conversational flow in another language. If you want to learn more about Dialogflow, you can attend a dedicated session on it at 3:30 on stage 2. Now that you build your actions, it's time to test. Up until now, you could only test your actions using your own developer account on devices that are associated with that particular developer account. We've just released a new feature that allows you to share your actions with a set of alpha or beta users. The alpha release is really good for testing in design and development phase. There are no policy reviews, and that's the quickest way to get to your testers and get feedback and iterate. The beta release is for games that are ready to launch. It goes through full review process. The goal here is to find edge cases, bugs, and issues with final polish. Ultimately, we want you to produce the best game possible. After you build, test, and publish, you are effectively part of the Google ecosystem. So you should make the most out of that. The easiest way to do that is account linking. It allows your users to use their own Google accounts to play your games, or they can link their Google account to your account management system. To set up account linking, simply just go to the account linking view on Actions console. There, you can define what permissions you plan to ask from the user. These permissions are defined as scopes. For example, you can ask for access to users' contacts, calendar, photos, or other Google services they might be using. From a user's perspective, they'll go through this familiar Google sign-in flow to use their own Google account or link the Google account to their gaming account. Creating this experience as a developer is fairly simple. You just write literally 2 lines of code and use our sign-in helper function to request sign-in. Once you do that, you need to handle user's response. If the user goes through the authentication flow successfully, you'll receive an access token, which you can use to access the resources that you asked permission for. If something goes wrong, you just need to acknowledge it and gracefully exit. One of the key differentiators of Google Assistant is the fact that it's available in various modalities and enables different interaction types. Actions on Google APIs give you full control on how to manage these different interaction types. Let me quickly go over what I mean by these different interaction types. The first one is what we call voice only. You can think of your smart speakers. The whole interaction is voice-based, input and output. The next interaction type is called voice forward. These are the smart speakers you've seen in the sandbox area. Here, again, the primary mode of interaction is voice, but it's enhanced with visuals when necessary. The third interaction model is intermodal. You can think of your phone. Here, you have conversation and visuals intermixed. You can start with a conversation, switch to a visual, and go back and forth. And the last one is visual only. You can think of your phone on mute as an example. Here, there is no audio input or output. It's all about visuals and text. So let's go through an example. Let's say that a user is playing your game on a smart speaker, and then you want to show them the image of their new monster evolved. Right? We define the image here. The first thing we need to do is we need to check if the device the player is playing your game on has the capability to show an image. This capability is defined as screen output. If the device has this capability, great, we just show the image. But in our example, the player is playing on a smart speaker, which doesn't have that capability. So what we do is we ask the user to switch to a device that has this capability. We do that with a helper function called newSurface. We define what capability we are looking for, in this case, screen output. We give the context to the user on the smart speaker they're interacting with. To see your evolved monster, go to your phone. And then we send a notification to the device that we want to get the user to. In this example, we say, see how your monster has evolved. And then they can tap to this notification and continue their interaction on their phone. The final step as a developer to manage this flow is you need to handle the response of the user for our new surface prompt. If the user accepts the prompt, moves to this new capable device, then you simply show the image. If they don't, you just need to gracefully exit and acknowledge that you won't be able to show the image. Once your game action starts getting traction, you need to think about re-engagement. And we have multiple ways in our platform to help you re-engage with your users. We literally have a section called user engagement on our Actions console. There, you can opt into push notifications, routines, and daily update suggestions. If you opt into push notifications, you will be allowed to send notifications to your users. Obviously, the users need to provide consent. This is a really powerful tool, so it needs to be used thoughtfully and sparingly. You can think of routines as actions chained together. For example, we have something like I'm home routine, where you can bundle a bunch of apps you want to trigger. And if you say, hey, Google, I'm home, you might have Google turn on the lights, adjust the thermostat, tell you a joke maybe, and start your favorite playlist. Daily updates is also similar. You set up a daily notification that reoccurs every day at a set time. The user experience for daily routines and daily updates and routines is after your users engage with your app and exit, they'll see a suggestion ship prompting them to add your action to daily updates or routines. Routines may not be that suitable for gaming vertical, but something to think about. I'm just going to focus on daily updates for now. This is what you'll see. This is what your users will see if you opt into daily updates. After the user ends their interaction, there will be a chip which says, "Do you want me to send, in this case, jokes daily?" And if the user opts in, Google will guide the user through setting the time of the day when they want to receive the daily update. From this point on, as a developer, you need to do two things. First, you need to handle users' response to the daily update flow. If the user goes through the flow successfully, you need to acknowledge that. If not, again, you need to gracefully exit. The second step is you need to define what you actually want to do when the daily trigger arrives. Here, we set to trigger the update intent. In the best dad jokes example, the update intent would just send a new joke. Ultimately, this is what your users will see. Lastly, I'd like to talk about monetization options for your game. We've just announced our Digital Goods API here at I/O that allows you to directly sell digital entitlements using Google Play infrastructure. This builds upon our early launch this year, where you could use your existing play entitlements with assistant actions. For example, if you bought an audiobook or purchased a monster in your game, you could actually use it in your Google Assistant. What Digital Goose API does is it makes the reverse also true. If you have a transaction in your action, the same entitlement can be used in your Android app. Let me go through an example from our partners in Headspace to show you how this could work on a smart display. For those of you who don't know about Headspace, they're a company who build products on guided meditation. So let's say that a session is over, and Headspace offers the option to subscribe. The user responds with an intent to subscribe. And the action shows the available options in a very curated and visual way. User picks an option and is handed over to the checkout flow. Here, if you've enabled account linking and the user already has account credentials stored with Google, the checkout will be very seamless. You just, with a single tap or a command, you'll have your premium content that can be reused on the assistant and also on Android apps. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Tushan, who's going to talk about implementing sound best practices in your games.
So now we're going to pump it up. If you remember back when Andy was talking, we showed the difference of what sound design can do. These devices really rely on music, sound effects, and voice. And we have some technology that we want to showcase that can help you pump it up quite a bit. You could, for example, record tons and tons of lines with a voice actor and get a sound engineer to add sound effects and make some beautiful audio. Or you could use this technology called SSML, which is Speech Synthesis Markup Language, that allows you to do it in real time in code. And what that also allows you to do is to put variables along the way. Now, we have this static poem, but imagine if it said, "Thank you for humoring me, Tushan." You could add personalization to it and yet still have that dynamic sound effects and all. So here's our script, and we're going to start pumping it up. SSML is just like HTML. You just add tags. You wrap it in a speak tag. You put paragraph tags when you have each line. And then you can start doing things like adding sound effects. And it's a simple audio URL from your server. But there's more than just text and sound effects. There's sound layering. And that's what we're going to talk about here. We have a tag called media. What media does is allow you to essentially make 2 or multiple tracks and then layer them together. This is our first track here, and we're going to call it Poem. And it's going to start 1 second in. And you'll see why in a second. We add another sound effect, and we even put a little dramatic pause. And then we work on our music loop. We call it music. We can control how many times it loops through. Set the sound level if we want it to fade in or fade out. And then we use that name from earlier. When the poem ends, let's run it for another second. And then we have our music loop itself. So altogether, we wrap it in another tag called parallel, or par, and that runs both of those tracks together. Now, what I showed you here is a truncated version of that poem, but let's hear that example.
Thanks for humoring me. Just give me a few seconds to write it down.
Sound effects.
You're like a bike, and I'm like the kickstand.
We got the music. We got
Lean
that
on
sound
me, friend,
effect.
when it's time to make plans. Whether you're searching for info, trying to spell chateau, looking for recipes, or other necessities, if you have any questions, I'll always reply.
And that fade out. And it's all done in code. The other big thing we want to leave you with is if you make something and no one hears it, not only is that a punch in the gut, but what you're wondering what you can do to make that happen. So we want to tell you that very, very soon, we're going to be opening up Hey Google, let's play a game to all developers. This is called a built-in intent. There are other talks about it. but register your app for it. Consider it the app store of games on the Google Assistant. And when someone says, play a game, which is what a lot of our users are doing, they'll get a list of the games available. And this works on both smart displays, phones, and smart speakers. But to make that happen, we have a little homework for you. Go back into your actions on Google Console and fill out all the metadata. That's what we use to look at your app, know what it's about, and feature it with users. So make sure you have beautiful icons and your descriptions are great there. And I'm going to tell you a little secret. We don't usually talk about how we rank things, but I want to highlight this. This is how we look for quality. Straight up quality, be it sounds great, the gameplay is great, and users are loving it and rating it. We're looking for long sessions and games that have people coming back for more and more. We're looking for games that map to those core demographics of millennials, families, and kids. And we're looking for games that aren't like the others around there. We want to offer our users a wide variety of games. And then if you can update your apps regularly and feature the new tech, like jumping onto those smart displays, that will give you a great shot of getting in front of users. So we want to leave you with one last note. I think many of you have been on the touchscreen revolution of making apps. And we think there's an opportunity very similar here with these smart speakers and digital assistants. And on behalf of the Dialogflow, the Actions on Google team, Assistant, we know that it's hard, but we're here for you. We want to see you succeed. And we would love to hear from you. I'm going to show you our email addresses later, but we think there's an opportunity to become the household name of conversation and play and games. And we want it to be you, all of you. Thank you so much. Please leave us feedback and take a snapshot of our email addresses. We would love to hear from you, be it new tech or questions about how to use it, and apps that you're making. We'd love to play with them. Thanks so much, and we can't wait to play your games.
Good morning and welcome back to I/O Live. It's our third and final day of our Developer Festival. Now there are still so many great sessions and sandbox demos ahead, so let's get to it.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to talk more about new capabilities we're releasing, as well as the improvements we're making to the platforms and tools you use every day.
Today, we are excited to announce the new app model for Android. Using the Android App Bundle, a new publishing format, you can dramatically reduce app size. We're announcing Android Jetpack, the next generation of Android APIs to accelerate Android development. Jetpack is a set of libraries and tools. Jetpack's APIs are integrated with the IDE too. For instance, Android Studio now includes a navigation editor, which works with the library. You told us, work on emulator boot time.
Ready, set, go. I was not cheating. It was not running in the background.
Slices are a cool new way to drive re-engagement. We wanted these to be easy to build, so you'll find templates that are rich and flexible. And because it's Jetpack, slices work on 95% of devices.
And starting today, you can deeply customize the appearance of your action. First, we're making it even easier for you to promote your action with something new we call action links. Right there at the bottom, These are hyperlinks that you can use from anywhere that point directly into your action. Once users opt in, Action Notifications gives you a way to connect with them about new features and content. These notifications work on the phone even if users don't have your Android app installed, and you'll be able to re-engage with your users on speakers, smart displays, and other assistant-enabled devices. After somebody engages with your action, you can prompt them to add your action to their routine with just a couple of taps.
And we're incredibly excited that Service Worker, the underlying new API that makes PWAs possible, is now supported on all major browsers, including recently Edge on Windows and Safari on both desktop and mobile. This is probably the most important leap forward for the web in the last decade. Today, we're launching Lighthouse 3.0, which makes Lighthouse's performance metrics even more precise and its guidance even more actionable. I'm happy to share that AMP is evolving in some big ways. Now, all AMP content benefits from a fast, free, privacy-preserving cache that optimizes page loads. But they've had these google.com URLs. So we're fixing that with a new standard called web packaging. We're expanding Chrome OS to support developers with the ability to securely run Linux apps on Chrome OS. So this means that many of your favorite tools, editors, and IDEs now work on Chromebooks.
We're proud to announce Material Theming, a major update to the material design system. Today, we're also releasing 2 new tools to make it faster to go from design to implementation. Material Theme Editor. This plugin for the popular application Sketch helps designers create and customize a unique material theme. This is the tool used by product teams at Google to review and comment on design iterations. To make material yours, get started at material.io.
Cloud TPUs are now available to everyone, and getting started is as simple as following this link. We've released the ML Kit in beta, an SDK that brings Google's machine learning capabilities to mobile developers through Firebase. We believe success in AI should be determined by your imagination, not your infrastructure.
Predictions applies ML to your analytics data and predicts the future behavior of your users so you can take proactive actions to optimize your app. For example, you can lower the difficulty of your game for users who are likely to abandon it, or send special offers to users who are likely to spend. We're bringing together Google's machine learning technologies from across Google and making that available to every mobile developer working on Android and iOS. And since MLKit is available through Firebase, it's easy for you to take advantage of the broader Firebase platform.
We're rolling out a major update to ARCore to help you create even richer, more immersive and interactive experiences. That's why we've created SceneForm, a brand new 3D framework that makes it easy for Java developers to create ARCore applications. Today, we're introducing augmented images, a new capability in ARCore that makes it possible to attach AR content and experiences to the physical images in the real world. With Cloud Anchors, we actually allow multiple devices to generate a shared, synchronized understanding of the world so that multiple phones can see and interact with the exact same digital content in the same place at the same time.
The sun comes out and it's a new day. I'm gonna make it on my own. The sun comes out, I'm in a new way. I gotta pack my things, I'm going home. Let's build a house, we'll have a backyard, something beautiful, something with a view. Let's build a house just for me and you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are excited to speak with you about how e-commerce sites can take advantage of more effective websites. My name is Adam Greenberg, and I work on partnerships for mobile web technologies like Accelerated Mobile Pages, or AMP, and Progressive Web Apps, or PWA.
Hey there, I'm Rowan Meerwood. I'm a developer advocate for the web and Chrome.
So by now we're on day 3 of I/O, and you've been hearing a lot about what Google is up to this week, from driverless cars to the Assistant to the latest on the Android platform. And the thread that really brings together this wide variety of products is connectivity. Google is in the connection business, whether that's someone asking for the latest scores to a baseball game, allowing you to message your friends, or using your voice to ask Google to play some music. And one of the most important things we do is connect people to goods and services that they want to buy, and connect businesses to a new customer base. Our goal here at Google is to bridge the gap between users who want to know something or find something and the companies that have the information they're looking for. And we do that via a variety of services, including some of the ones that you see listed right here. But our bread and butter really remains the open web, which is the greatest content discovery platform that's ever existed. Now, the open web doesn't only live in browsers or web views on a phone, but it also powers much of the content that drives services like search and the Assistant. So, why the web? Well, it's free, it's open, and anyone is welcome to come make their mark on the web. But most importantly, its reach is enormous. There are over 5 billion devices connected to the open web, and that number is growing at a steady rate. Now, in e-commerce specifically, there is a massive amount of business taking place online. The majority of user time spent on retail surfaces happens on the web, and that's both desktop and mobile. And in that web category, we all know that mobile is growing at a pretty steady rate. We also know that while we love apps at Google, not every user is going to download new apps in a given month. So if you're able to get a user to download your app, that's great. You should continue to focus on building the best experience for loyal users who have your app and working on a download strategy for your apps on Android and iOS. But the reality is, most new users are going to come in via the web. And you want to make that, to date, just have not been on par with the engagement and capabilities of apps. You get great, unparalleled reach with the web, but a lot of the time, the engagement isn't where you'd like to see it. But that is changing. The tools that allow you to have great engagement on the mobile web exist. And over the next 30 minutes, we're going to talk to you about how you can build this technology into your web presence today. The ultimate goal here is to improve engagement on the web so that it meets or exceeds that of native apps, while still retaining that great reach that the web has. Now, in theory, this sounds great. Let's keep our fantastic reach. We'll add in a splash of staggering engagement. And in theory, it's a perfect world. But in practice, the web has a lot of issues, and it's a tall order to combat all these problems. Now, we're approaching the challenge head on, but there is a lot going on. And you can see a few examples here. Scrolling isn't responsive. Pages load slowly. Content bounces around when late images or ads pop in. And the web doesn't really work well offline or on flaky connections. And on top of that, while the technologies exist to improve the performance and engagement of websites, we have not always made it easy for developers to take advantage of these solutions, so they're not always put into practice. We know that at times these solutions can be complex, that they're changing a lot, so there's an awareness issue of what the latest best practices are. And overall, that makes it difficult to understand what the return on your development investment will be or what the ROI might be in terms of dollars. Today, we want to try to clear up some of that confusion. Because enabling some of these new web technologies can have a meaningful impact for your business. Poor performance has real-life consequences. As you can see here, over 50% of users will bounce from a site that takes more than 3 seconds to load, and 79% of them will abandon that site if they find it difficult to use. Now, in terms of revenue, we've seen that there is a 7% drop in total revenue for every 1 second delay a user faces. So it's a major issue. Users are often not finding what they want, either because a page didn't load or because the experience after load was less than stellar. And they're leaving sites sooner than they otherwise would have, which is a huge missed growth opportunity. Now, lost revenue that affects the growth of your business is obviously important, but it's not the only factor here. This slide runs through a bunch of experiences that bring stress to people. And they include waiting in line at a retail store, watching a melodramatic TV show, standing at the edge of a virtual cliff, watching a...
We throw new stuff at you all the time, so it can be hard to differentiate those. But let's clear that up. It's not AMP versus PWA, they're together.
Open source project that began a few years ago to help combat performance issues on the web. And there are 2 key aspects to this. First, AMP is a library of components built on top of HTML, specifically designed for performance. And second, the AMP format mandates a number of rules about its pages that are again focused on maintaining performance, but also on enabling caching. And this ability to cache and serve remotely is what enables platforms serving AMPs to pre-render them effectively. Now, if that's the technical aspect, the business benefit is that you can think of this as a team of 15 engineers devoted to managing performance and compatibility issues on your site, which leaves your own engineers free to focus directly on the features that you're working on. So the end result is that when you combine caching and pre-rendering, AMP content loads for a user on average in about half a second. Now, one additional piece of AMP to consider are some of the architectural choices you need to make when adopting the technology. The most widely used pattern at the moment is where you create a separate version of your page using AMP and link it as a related resource against your canonical HTML page, the same way you might maintain multiple translations. That linked version is what gets served on Google Search or via Twitter or Bing or any of the other platforms that link to AMP content. And while this provides an unobtrusive and incremental way to get into the platform, it does mean that you have 2 versions of your site. And that can introduce extra overhead. But like I said before, AMP is a framework of components. And if you can use those components to build a performant and effective web page, well, aren't those just the requirements for your web page anyway? If AMP is working for you as an entry point for some of your users, you might just want to think about using it as your front-end framework for all of your users. Now, this approach is gaining popularity, and a variety of sites have done it to date, including the global travel site Trip.com, which you can see here. They serve over 300 million users in 13 different languages, and they just launched a new site that is built entirely in AMP.
OK, so if AMP is a concrete library and platform, then you can think of PWA as the overarching method to consider when you're developing for the open web. So fast is up there, and that's a goal that we share with AMP. So performance really does need to be built in from the start. Next up is integrated. And integrated means a more app-like experience with your website. It should feel like it belongs on the device. That means it opens in its own window, or it can have icons on the home screen or the desktop. Then there's reliable. And that means that you can give me an intelligent experience regardless of my network connectivity state. So no more browser error pages. And finally, all of these build to create engaging experiences. So that means notifications when I need them, content that I can trust just to display when I ask for it. And all of that is wrapped up in a UI that feels familiar and at home on my device.
So we've talked about what AMP is and what PWA is, and it's important to note that several different patterns exist for combining AMP and PWA or for just using one or the other, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. But to start, here's your classic user journey funnel. And we're going to focus today on using AMP at the top of the funnel in the acquisition and browsing portion of a user's journey, and on PWA at the bottom of the funnel, when a user is looking to convert and when a business is then aiming to build them into a loyal customer through retention and re-engagement. Now, this is a bit of an oversimplification of the two concepts, but what I want to give you here is a way to frame these ideas in terms of where their strengths are going to give you the biggest ROI. So ideally, you'll be able to pick something out of this talk and say, that's what we're adding to our sprint when you get back to the office on Monday. So in broad terms, AMP gives you that easy development path for fast sites. That strength is going to give you the most value at the top of the funnel. As you progress through the funnel, the user is no longer browsing. They've made a decision, and your priorities are evolving. Here, you want those PWA pillars of integration and reliability to ensure that the conversion portion of the funnel provides the best experience possible, so you can build that one happy transaction into a repeat customer. So let's start with the first step in an e-commerce journey, which is the acquisition of a new user via entry points to your site. We'll tell you a little bit about what AMP looks like when put into practice and some of the success sites are seeing, and then we'll dive into some of the tech you can use to customize your pages. Now, what matters most here at the beginning is speed and performance. And this series of two GIFs shows why. On the left, you have the non-AMP version of a user finding a product on the website for B&H Photo and Video, which is one of the largest camera retailers in the world. And on the right, you have the AMP version. When properly implemented, the user on the AMP page is able to complete their transaction before the non-AMP user even gets to fully view the first page. So why is speed so important in this first discovery phase? Well, it's at this point where you're really differentiating yourself from the competition. If I'm looking for a particular brand of camera, then I'm looking through a list of suppliers, all selling the same or similar products. If I tap on one of those options and it doesn't load immediately, I might not wait to launch a PWA. Now, when we talk about entry points, we want to make sure that people understand the point of entry is not limited to referrals from Google. There are over a dozen top platforms globally that will link to AMP pages. Some of them utilize a cache, and some don't. The fastest possible the early result to bring the power of AMP to product listing ads, or PLAs, and we're excited to announce that two of the top landing page providers, Instapage and Unbounce, have both embraced the AMP format. Instapage launched full AMP support in their offering just last week. You can check it out. It's live. It looks great. And Unbounce is alpha testing AMP with a few of their clients before fully rolling out. Now, as far as results go overall, here are a few additional metrics that sites are seeing. E-commerce merchants like AliExpress, the global retail marketplace, and Overstock, online home goods store, are seeing increases in revenue and conversion following their deployment of AMP. And Twitter is seeing an overall reduction in page load abandonment for any AMP pages on its platform. Now, it's worth noting that AliExpress's example here is a mobile site built all in AMP. So they aren't using the paired approach that we were referencing a few minutes ago for the mobile version of their website. They do still have a separate desktop version. And given their strong implementation and the success they're seeing, we're going to use them as a reference implementation in some slides to come. So now that we've talked a little bit about how AMP leverages speed to drive an increase in important business metrics, let's dive into some of the technology that allows you to customize your AMPs and bridge together an AMP and a PWA. And for that, I'm going to hand it off to Rowan.
Oh, thank you, Adam. OK, so we've created our fast entry point, and that's grabbed our potential customers' interest. But there are still a few more steps before we can turn that into a purchase. When I land on a site, I don't come with an exact product in mind. I come with a problem that I want to solve. So maybe I'm thinking it's time to replace my old sofa, or perhaps I'm thinking of getting some shirts that aren't just black or gray. I'm not, but if I was, what I would need is a way of narrowing down that wider selection to the end product. So as Adam mentioned, we're going to take a look at AliExpress and what they're doing with their AMP content. So here you can see how they've done filtering and sorting. We can see the drop-down there that lets me sort by price, and we can see the sidebar coming out that lets me filter by color. So let's take a look at how we can create some of these components inside of AMP. Starting with filtering, you can see in this simplified example there are two main components. We've got the list of products that we want to display at the bottom, and we've got the controls to filter them at the top. So let's take a look at that AMP list tag first. The source attribute here is specifying a JSON endpoint that will return the data to populate our template. Now, that first source attribute is our default full list of products. The second source attribute is in square brackets, and that's because we're using the functionality of AMP bind here. The brackets tell us that we want to bind the value of the list source variable to the source attribute. And that means when list source changes, we're going to update our list. Now we need to provide some UI to actually allow the user to change that variable. So since AMP is still HTML, we can use our standard form controls here. And here we've got a radio button to toggle the color. you can see that I've populated the on attribute. This is AMP bind's convention for basically creating a sort of event listener. And I'm listening for the change event. When I get that, I'm going to update list source to include yellow if the option is checked. And that's it. If I select color in the form, that'll update the variable, and my list will reload. So let's generalize that pattern. What you do here is you set up your list with a dynamic source, and then you add form controls to update the source. And it's pretty simple. It's pretty flexible. So hopefully to prove that, I'm going to show you a couple other applications of this. If we jump over to sorting then, we've got the same list set up here at the bottom and the form at the top. The difference here is that instead of alternating the path on the Boolean variable that I had before, I'm just pulling out the event value and dropping that straight into our get parameter. So here, if we wanted to add a new sort option, like sort by rating, then all we have to do is support it on our endpoint, and then we just add that option into the form, and it's going to work. OK. And it's not just static form controls either. We can use the same functionality to take a value that the user types and pass that along to our backend. We can see here Airbnb experimenting with this to provide auto-suggest on destinations. So let's take a peek at the detail of this one. We're not making use of the change event here because users may well be typing a bit faster than the service is returning results. So instead, we're making use of the input debounced event. And that allows us to smooth that input out a little bit. So, and then it's the familiar pattern, right? User types their query, we drop it into the get parameter, we get the results. OK. Finally, then, the configuration of that list isn't always based on user input, but actually user context. So in this example from the aptly named ampbyexample.com, we're showing some geolocation. Now, behind the scenes, we're doing a GeoIP lookup on our server. So it's not precise location, but general user area. This is perfect for doing something like listing nearby stores for product collection. The touch I like here is the dummy items beforehand so that we can see something as the content is loading. And let's see how that's done. When that initial call goes off to the server, AMP list can display fallback content using the placeholder attribute. So down at the bottom, we're using that to show those dummy items. When our request comes back, we're replacing that with our populated template, but to the user, it kind of looks like a smooth transition in. And also, for a little bonus material, we recently announced AMP Geo, and so this lets you do geolocation at a country level, which can be useful for doing things like picking price formatting or delivery options. OK, so we'll take a little breather, because we've made it through the first stage of our funnel. And the one thing we really want you to take away from this section is that speed is key for acquisition. But that doesn't mean you need to sacrifice rich content as well. That simple pattern of AMP bind with AMP list can let you combine the speedy display of cached content with layering in of personalized data. OK, let's move on to conversion. That means we've built our fast entry point. I found the product that I want, so let's go ahead and buy it. The step that I want to examine here, then, is add to cart. So we're going to stick with AliExpress, and we're going to see how they built this in-page experience using AMP. First, we're going to need a data structure to store the product that we want to add to our basket. Now, we've populated that with the data we know already. That's the country name, the price formatting, the quantity, and we have these null placeholders, which are for the additional options we're going to configure in the page. We're going to use AMP bind again to fill in those placeholders. When the user taps on a size, we're grabbing that value, and we're mapping it into our data structure. We're also mapping it back to an element on the screen so the user has some visual feedback that something has happened. And we're going to use AMP bind as well to map those product properties into the hidden inputs of our add to cart form. And finally, the additional ingredient here is the action XHR attribute, which again is AMP's convention for allowing the in-page form request. So now, when the response comes back, we can update the page, and we can trigger our confirmation message. OK, so we've done add to cart with in-page interactions in AMP. And that means we've set a high bar for speed. But what happens when I make the transition off of AMP? If we just present the user with a slow spinner, then we're burning all of that goodwill that we built up in the first stage. Now, instead, while we know we're making a transition, maybe from cached to hosted, from AMP to the wider PWA world, we don't want the user to know it. We want this to feel like a seamless, consistent progression. Conveniently, that's a perfect segue into a core concept for progressive web apps, the service worker. Now, a service worker can act like a caching proxy server between your app and the network. And that means that we can go ahead and we can warm up that cache before the user even gets there. In our AMP content, we make use of the AMP install service worker tag to start this process. We're providing both the service worker location and an iframe on our domain, because the service worker can only be installed from our domain. Once the install starts, we're ready to start prepping that content. I'm going to show you a super simple base here. And so in here, what we're doing is during the install step, we're caching what I like to call the site furniture. So that's stuff like your fonts, your header images, and so on. And then we have a fetch handler. So when the user taps to go to the new page, the fetch handler kicks in and starts serving our cached content. And this is just a very tip of what you can do. So I highly recommend checking out our Workbox library to get some production patterns that you can make use of here. OK, we've focused a lot on the fast pillar from our principle. And that's fine, but it's not the whole story. Caching can solve some of these problems for browsing, but not for state changes like add to cart. And we don't want the user dropping out at this critical stage just because our connection dropped. Now, this was the problem that one of the real pioneers of commerce on the web set out to solve. And eBay, as most of you probably know, is the online marketplace where you can find 1.1 billion listings, and they saw over $23 billion of transactions just in the first quarter of this year alone. So reliability is absolutely core to that experience for them. And they've been working to enable their add to cart button to work offline. Now, I really love this use case because it's not about trying to make the entire site work offline or do some kind of crazy user experience. They picked a critical part of their user journey, and they focused on making that reliable, solving a real business problem. And that's the key. Don't think of offline and online as binary states. Instead, we should be thinking about robust, network-independent add to cart. It's just that's not as catchy for putting on a slide. So really what happens here is that eBay simplifies the shopping experience. I don't have to consider my cell phone signal when I press that button. All I know is I want a new phone, I press the button, eBay takes care of the rest. Let's look at how we can do that. First, our default behavior. If I tap add to cart, but the connection isn't there, the request just fails and drops out. So what do we need to do? Instead, when that request fails, we're going to capture the details that we need to send it again and save them. When we reconnect, we retrieve that data, recreate our request, and we send it. Simple enough concept, so let's dive into a little code. First, I'm going to go back to my fetch handler again. And what I'm doing is I'm intercepting those add to cart post requests. Always be specific when you're doing something like this, because you don't want unintended side effects by interfering with other requests from your app. Next, we fire off that request. If it succeeds, great. We've got nothing else to do. However, if it fails, we want to pull out the request details. I've cloned the request here because the body has already been read, and you can only read it once. I'm using the local forage library just to give me a simple key value store, and the current timestamp is my key, and I'm saving the request body. Now, we've saved our request. We want the matching functionality to retrieve it as well. In this function, back in my client logic, I'm iterating through the existing entries, and I'm using the timestamp just to filter out the ones from the last 10 minutes, because I don't really want to randomly add stuff to the user's cart hours later. I'm using that saved data to just build a new post request for the same add to cart action and send it. And finally, I've attached this function to listen to the online event in the browser, and that means when the page registers as online again, it will kick in and attempt to send all of those requests. But you should also be hooking this up in some other places as well, like page load or service worker activation. And for a bit more bonus content as well, go and take a look at the background sync API for what you might be able to do with this in the future. OK, very briefly then, because we've worked hard to get the user this far, we should probably take some money from them. That said, Adam and I have already crammed way too much content into this talk, so we just wanted to give a shout out to some of the other talks that are doing this. So in fact, directly after this, on stage 7, there's a Google Pay best practices talk if you want to keep the e-commerce theme going. And with that, we're on to the home straight. let's take a look at what we can do after the sale to try and turn this person into a repeat customer. Now, to have repeat customers, they're going to need to have a way of actually getting back to us. And add to home screen is a way to do this that is super easy to implement. But it's not always relevant. The home screen is for daily, quick access. And if you're someone like an airline or a furniture company, then success for you is not measured in daily active users. Like, your purchase patterns are seasonal or periodic. So what if you could give me something personal instead? Let's say I've ordered that new sofa. On the order confirmation page, you could give me an option to track my order. When I tap that, I'll be prompted to add the order to my home screen. So let's take a look at how we can make that happen. On the confirmation page, we're linking to the manifest. But in this case, it's not a static file. It's a dynamic resource. And we're going to populate it with a custom name, an image, a start URL, and so on. And we also don't want to just randomly trigger this add to home screen prompt. We only want to do it in response to the user pressing the button. So this is something you should actually add on all of your pages to ensure that you're intercepting the add to home screen event. We capture the before install prompt event and prevent it from showing, and then we re-trigger it for the click listener for our track order button. And that's it. Now I've got the order right there on my home screen, and it's not the home page of the furniture site. It's going to the current status of my order. The benefit here is when my order is done, you can maybe just show me a message saying that it's fine for me to delete the icon now, or you can maybe show me some additional products, and perhaps I should get that matching coffee table as well. Anyway, if you do this, you need a way of measuring its success, and there are 3 places you should be checking. First, let's revisit where we're triggering that prompt. And it's not just fire and forget here. We can expand the result of the prompt. In this case, I'm firing a Google Analytics event for the installed and dismissed events. Next up, you can use a unique location for your start URL that will only be used by your manifest. Here again, I've just added some Google Analytics campaign parameters onto the end of my URL. And for our final signal, we're going to make use of this display standalone property, and that's what's causing our app to launch in its own window without any of the browser controls. And it turns out, this property can be matched with a CSS media query. So here, we're using match media to detect standalone mode and trigger another analytics event. This is important because users may deep link into our web app, meaning they aren't triggering a launch screen. And there we go. With these 3 signals, you're now measuring installs, launches, and usage for your app. OK, since I mentioned other routes into your app, I'd like to finish with a little message about notifications. I'm not going to show code here because that's actually the easy part. Potentially, it's even too easy, because I keep hitting sites that as soon as you land on the domain, ask you for the notification permission. And this is spammy behavior, which hurts the ecosystem. And when I say hurts the ecosystem, I mean it hurts you as developers, because we start making it harder to use these features. So I want to be able to get useful push notifications. And to do that, it means I need all of you to really champion the best practices here. So I want you to make sure that every notification you send satisfies these 3 things. Who? It should be personal information to me, like it's my delivery, or it's a sale on an item that I'm watching. And then what, as in what has actually happened. If you can give me everything I need concisely in the notification, I may not even need to tap it. And when, and that means sending them at appropriate times and expiring them when they're no longer needed. So what does that look like when you pull it all together? Looks something like this. It's personal to me, it's giving me enough information to act without tapping, and that 5-minute warning was worth interrupting me. So if that's the case, I better head over there so I can relax on my new sofa, and I'll hand it back over to Adam.
Thanks, Ron. Excuse me. OK, so using a service worker and building a PWA can mean an uptick in business metrics, just like we saw earlier with AMP. And Starbucks, for example, launched a PWA last year, and they've seen their daily and monthly active users in this format double. So that's the full funnel, going from acquisition via super fast entry pages using AMP to converting and retaining users via PWA. We've talked a lot about how these technologies work separately, but we also want to highlight that they can work together, and there are a couple of different patterns to do so. Because after all, in the case of both AMP and PWA, we're just talking about web pages. The 2 technologies are complementary ways of achieving different goals, each with their own strengths and each with their own challenges. But when they're combined, you get to enjoy the benefits of both. AMP and PWA give you a feature-rich experience that starts fast and stays fast. So the first example here is 1-800-Flowers, which delivers flowers and gifts to over 150 different countries across the globe. They are linking AMP pages, which serve as an entry point into their site, into a PWA. Within that PWA, they are also leveraging Google Sign-On as an identity solution, and they're allowing users to check out via Google Pay. It's a great example of not only utilizing AMP and PWA together, but several different pieces of the mobile web toolkit. And in early testing, 1-800-Flowers saw a 50% conversion increase with their PWA. Now, ShopGlues, a leading e-commerce player in India with a marketplace for tier 2, 3, and 4 cities, also launched an AMP and PWA integration last year. And similar to 1-800-Flowers, AMP pages are serving as entry points to their site, and they then link into a PWA. And the framework helped them see an increase in conversions, a reduction in load time, and a reduction in bounce rate. Now, the pattern of linking your amps into a PWA isn't the only solution. There's another pattern for combining AMP and PWA that is beginning to emerge, where you use the two together in the same document. When a user visits such a page through an AMP cache, they get the AMP page. When they continue their journey onto the site origin, they get the full AMP and PWA experience, including the speed and turnkey UX of AMP and the extended capabilities of PWA. Now, the simplest first step to do this is the one we showed earlier, which is just to add a service worker with basic caching to an existing AMP page. From there, you can layer on other PWA features as you like, including push notifications, more advanced caching and offline support, and an add to home screen prompt. An alternate pattern is to build your PWA to be a kind of app shell for your AMP documents, which themselves function as content pages. This pattern can be a little more complex, and it might require a little bit more work to make it work, but we have seen some sites do so, including Carve.com, which is an online retailer that makes phone cases, as well as the global car brand BMW. And one benefit of either pattern, on top of speed and performance gains, is that they simply build upon any investment you've already made with AMP, so you can reuse that work. All right, so that is about it. Now, we've learned a few things today. How to start fast with your AMP pages and stay fast with your PWA, so that you can successfully combine the entry points of AMP with the down funnel engagement tools of a PWA. We talked about how to customize AMP pages and how to send notifications via the web to your users. We talked about Service Worker and AMP's custom library, and we talked about companies who are seeing success with each of these formats, as well as some seeing success by combining the formats together. The bottom line is, we know the web has amazing reach, and the tools now exist to help ensure its capabilities mean the web has great engagement and profitability as well. Now, you can check out technical documentation on our websites, or feel free to stick around after the talk to ask questions. Rowan and I will be here, and then we'll be in the mobile web sandbox later. But we can't wait to see what you build. Thank you.
Developing using standard Linux, you can use standard sockets APIs to communicate with your devices. But more importantly, because you're using IP, it means you can build solutions that utilize multiple link technologies, such as Wi-Fi, cellular, and Thread, with a single application layer communicating end-to-end. You do not have to have application gateways in between, which often represent a single point of failure. And with Thread, because there's no stateful application gateways, you can have multiple connections into and out of the network that makes it really resilient and have no single point of failure.
That is very cool. And I noticed there's this QR code here behind me. What does that do?
Yeah, so Thread by default requires you to have security enabled, which is actually one of the key differentiators. And because security is always enabled, you need to have a very user-friendly process of getting that device securely onto the network. And so what the QR code does is it enables a mobile app. You just turn it on, you scan the QR code, and it'll securely connect with that joining device to provide the security credentials to get that device onto the network.
I think I've used that when I've set up my own Nest devices. It makes things super convenient.
Exactly. It's very similar to what we do in Nest. In fact, the commissioning protocol was designed following the principles that we use at Nest, so it really does enable a great user experience.
Very nice. And so what is Nest doing with OpenThread?
Yeah, so if we move over here, Nest is actually enabling a number of products with OpenThread. The first is a connected deadbolt for your door. It only communicates via Thread. It's got no other connectivity technology with it. And because it's using Thread, it can actually last for years on AA batteries. And I can do a quick demo here. So if I open up my mobile app, hold down the button, we'll see the door unlock, and there it goes. And that's all happening over Thread. Of course, the mobile is communicating over Wi-Fi. It goes to a Thread border router to this battery-powered device.
Would that work if my phone were not connected to the Wi-Fi?
It would work. So, yeah. So as I mentioned, our application layer operates over any IPv6 network. So it just happens that this mobile phone is only on Wi-Fi. But if it was connected to cellular, that would work as well.
Very cool. That is very interesting. And if I were a developer and I were interested in finding out more about OpenThread to use in my products, where would I go?
Yeah, so we have a website at openthread.io. We have our source code at github.com/openthread. And you can reach us at Google Groups at openthread-users.
All right. So if you're interested in making your own cool internet-connected device that, I don't know, does something amazing that I haven't thought of yet, go ahead on over to openthread.io and check it out for yourself. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Bye, y'all.
a new day. I'm gonna make it on my own. The sun comes out, I'm in a new way. I gotta pack my things, I'm going home.
The web used to look like this. It was made of destinations, destinations that people remembered and went to. However, the web is transitioning to a post-destination era. Users' browser patterns have changed on the web because of social, mobile, and search, which means that users are finding your content across all sorts of devices and platforms like aggregators, chat apps, social websites, search, and many others. So with AMP, we saw an opportunity to help developers have their experiences and content transition to this post-destination era. And today, we're going to tell you how. So for those of you that haven't heard of AMP, it's an open source web development framework that makes it super easy to build excellent web pages. With AMP, it's hard to make web pages that are slow. Not impossible, but hard. So when we launched AMP, we wanted to ensure that developers had full control over the brand. So we provided support for custom CSS. And we also wanted to ensure that AMP page developers were able to make revenue off of these AMP pages. So we added support for over 100 different ad networks and robust paywall support. And since its launch more than 3 years ago, AMP has fully transitioned from a platform that was mostly meant for static web pages to one that gives developers flexibility to build interactive, dynamic experiences. Developers can build pages with wish lists, interactive product customizations, filtering, sorting, you name it. Therefore, a number of e-commerce publishers, including the one you see here from AliExpress, are transitioning their entire sites to AMP. While adding all of this new capability, the AMP team works really hard to ensure that the performance of the page and the sites remains still great. For example, the median speed of an AMP page is still less than 1 second from the search corpus. But this talk is actually not about performance. This talk is about how AMP can help you, content and experience creators, build for the post-destination era. So how do you build for the post-destination era? You ensure that your content and experiences work really well when embedded inside a host like aggregators, social websites, chat apps, search. So AMP was built for embeddability since day one. And fun fact, before it was called AMP, it used to be called PCUs, or portable content units, which were supposed to be these widgets that would just live everywhere on the web. So spoiler alert, we think you should build your experiences with AMP, because the principles that AMP is built on top of lends itself really well for embeddability. But before we look at those principles, I'd like to give you a preview of some of the products AMP has fueled that were previously not possible in the context of embeddability. So with AMP for email, we'll see how AMP is fundamentally changing email to make it more real-time and dynamic. So no more leaving email to get things done. With AMP HTML ads, we'll see how AMP is making all ads on the web more secure and performant. And with actions, we'll see how AMP is helping users get things done on the web with just a few taps. And with zero-click AMP, we'll see how AMP can help users get to their content even before they ask for it. Wait, what? Yes, yes. We're going to see how AMP is going to help users get to things even before they ask for it. And last, there's one more thing, but regrettably, you're going to have to wait until the end to find out about it. So now, I'd like to invite Yuxuan to tell you all about the principles behind why AMP is great for embeddability, and therefore a good fit for post-destination experiences. Welcome, Yuxuan.
Thank you, Vamsi. Hey, everyone. Before we look at AMP's principles, why don't we first take a look at some issues, the way embeddability works on the web today? And from there, we'll get a much better understanding on why AMP is great for embeddability. Current embed technologies like iframes and web views have three major issues. They're not performant, not secure, or not functional. Let's look at them one by one. First, performance. There's no guarantee that the embedded page would be performant. Therefore, a host is less likely to aggressively pre-render embedded content to create a faster user experience, since JavaScript is single-threaded, not to mention the privacy implication of leaking user data in these scenarios. Next, embedded page may bring security issues to the host. We know that cross-site scripts brings all kinds of security holes. Even if they are properly sandboxed within iframe, unknown JavaScript can still install malware or mine bitcoins without user permission in the background. Technologies like feature policy might be able to solve this by allowing the host to selectively enable and disable uses of various browser features and APIs. But unfortunately, it's not available today. Of course, a page can claim to the host that it is safe to embed, but there's just no way to guarantee that. Finally, since there's no communication interface between the host and the embed page, the host has to treat the embed as a black box, severely restricting product experience that could build with communications based on a standardized protocol. For example, as shown here, the embedded page won't be able to know when it is visible to user, not even with browser's native intersection observer API supported, because it is sandboxed in a cross-domain iframe. Because of this, many basic features like video autoplay or viewability tracking are just not available. We have briefly talked about the concerns and issues with the embed technologies today. With that in mind, let's now take a look at AMP's principle that provides excellent support to embeddability and why many hosts have chosen AMP as the embed technology. We'll be covering AMP's principles in three parts, and the first one is privacy-preserved pre-rendering. That's a tongue twister. Apart from the performance benefit to you by using the AMP library, hosts can further optimize and provide instant loading experience by pre-rendering AMP documents. Pre-rendering here is referring to the host downloading and rendering documents before a user explicitly expresses their intent. As you can see from the demo here, instant loading is clearly an experience that user will love. Despite the great user experience that pre-rendering provides you, it can end up using a lot of bandwidth and CPU. That's the reason why hosts won't just normally go ahead and pre-render many embedded documents. AMP documents, on the other hand, are optimized to only render light-weighted resources that's above the folder. Let's take a look at the code here. Here you'll find AMP will calculate a pre-rendered rectangle and then only load resources within that rectangle. By default, it will be the first viewport. The pre-rendered size here can be overridden by the host to customize the size based on real product needs. Next, you'll find, apart from the first viewport restrictions, AMP also delays loading of heavy-weighted resources in terms of CPU after the page is visible. The fact that AMP documents only render light-weighted resources that's above the folder help to minimize the usage of CPU and bandwidth, which allows the host to pre-render AMP HTML documents much more aggressively compared to regular HTML documents. Because of this, there's a much higher chance that instant loading experience is delivered and the user can see the content the moment they want it. I believe some of our audiences have noticed a big challenge with pre-rendering. That is, how do we protect user data? User privacy, sorry. If this is unclear to you, I'd like to explain the issue behind. Pre pre-rendering requires downloading the document before user clicks. Otherwise, instant loading is not possible, especially on mobile devices. This means that the owner of the page that is being prefetched might be able to set a cookie, and then later on target you ads based on that cookie, even you never ended up landing on that page. Apart from that, rendering documents beforehand makes it possible to fire tracking pixel before page view. Luckily, AMP documents comes with privacy-preserved pre-rendering support built in from day one. To protect user privacy, trackers and analytics must be delayed until the user has explicitly expressed their intent to see the document. AMP controls this with a centralized resource manager. This resource manager blocks all components and services that make external requests before page view. For example, the AMP Pixel and AMP Analytics component are blocked. The AMP Cache adds additional privacy protection on top of that. As Vamsi mentioned before, AMP Cache is an important part of the AMP ecosystem. It's a proxy-based content delivery network for delivering valid AMP documents only. One of its major purposes is to allowing AMP documents to be preloaded efficiently and safely. With prefetch requests going to the AMP cache, page owner won't be aware of the request and then won't be able to set cookies before user express their interest. We've talked about security. We've talked about privacy. Next, let's talk about security and why hosts can safely embed AMP pages. There are two ways you can think of security. One from the perspective of the embedded page, and the other one from the content that's trying to embed content. We'll be focusing on the latter one today. After all, if a page isn't guaranteed to be safe, the host won't embed it. So, what is the mechanism here that makes a host to be able to trust an embedded AMP page? May I present you the AMP validator. The AMP validator makes it possible for a host to verify that an embedded page is guaranteed AMP and has no security vulnerabilities. Here's an example of our online version of the AMP validator tool. This tool creates a common agreement that both the content creator and the host can both agree upon for secure embedding. Problem solved, right? Well, not exactly. Real-time validation can be very expensive and not practical. The host needs a better way to verify the validity of an AMP document much faster. AMP Cache provides the answer here. The host can deliver documents from the AMP cache without real-time validation, since AMP cache will only accept valid AMP documents. This will be the end of the story if AMP is only designed for fully formed web pages. But with its nice features and capabilities, AMP can be used to work across multiple contexts. And with each individual context, AMP supports a unique spec and validator. For example, there's a different spec for AMP HTML ads versus AMP HTML. We need to do this because, for example, the AMP iframe component is not allowed as part of an ad because it could authors embedding non-AMP content inside the ad and will lose all the performance guarantees. From the two validation examples here, you can find that the same set of HTML results in different validation status when different spec is being applied. Last, let's talk about the interface between the host and the embed, the two-way communication protocol that helps to solve a number of issues. I want to introduce this with an example. Let's take this graph. Say, I want a product like this. If I go search for pandas, I get all the related articles in one place. This requires the host to embed a number of AMP documents and place each of them inside a full-screen iframe. So what's the problem here? We know that the iframe will consume all user interactions within. So how would a user still swipe around and navigate between different documents? With AMP, this is possible. Let's dive deeper with some code. Here you'll find AMP documents will propagate all unused touch events and send these events to the host. The host can then handle these touch events as if they're native touch events from the browser. This enables users to navigate between different documents. Conversely, the host can inform visibility change event back to individual AMP documents through this visibility change message. When an AMP document is informed that it is visible to user, it can then trigger page view pixel or start loading resources that's below the folder. The Communication Interface API is open source and well documented. With support for two-way communication like this, the host and the AMP documents can together bring a much better user experience. For example, this is a real product that Google is able to build based on this communication protocol. With these 3 principles keep in mind, let's welcome Vamsi back on the stage and walk us through some exciting products that Google built using AMP. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Yuzhuan. So there you have it, the principles behind why AMP is great for embeddability. As promised, let's shift gears back to looking at some of the embedded product features that AMP has made possible. The first product I want to talk to you about is email. Little has changed in the email spec over the past 25 years. It's a wonderful piece of technology that's critical for how people communicate with other people, businesses, tools, and favorite services. But if you're an email sender, there's little the email receiver can do other than treat the email as a notification. Email is not actionable today. The web is much more dynamic than this, as you know. And this type of dynamism and real-timeness on the web is provided to you by JavaScript. But JavaScript isn't allowed within email because of security reasons. So to tackle this, the Gmail team worked with the AMP team to create an open, backwards-compatible spec called AMP for Email to make email richer and more powerful. It's a subset of the main AMP spec with particular focus on security. It's also important to note that there is a very easy transition path from the way email works today. Email senders already create 2 versions of the email. One, a plain text version, and second, an HTML version. Senders can now create an optional 3rd version, the AMP version. This allows senders to design their AMP part of the emails independent of the HTML versions. So if a mail provider supports AMP for email, they'll render the AMP version. And if not, the mail provider would simply change nothing and show the HTML version of the email. So why don't we dig into the spec a little bit? The real-time nature of the spec is enabled by an AMP component called AMPList, which allows email authors to fetch real-time information from an endpoint. For example, nobody wants to see outdated prices of products in their emails. AMPList allows authors to fetch real-time content on their emails right before the user is about to open the email. And the interactive nature of the spec is brought to you by a component called AMPBind, which allows email creators to build interactive experiences using rich JS-like expressions. For example, this enables features like being able to respond back to an invite with a single click. Let's take a look at a few examples in action. The first is from Zillow. Zillow's goal is to help shoppers find their dream home, which of course is easier if shoppers tell Zillow what exactly they're looking for. With AMP for Email, a shopper can get from answering a few questions to personalized search results without ever leaving their email. Let's roll the video, please. So here we are within Gmail, where I've received an email from Zillow. You'll already notice how I'm able to answer a few questions right in line. So I can pick a min and a max price for the house. Clearly not buying in the Bay Area. The number of bedrooms that I'm interested in. And the type of home that I want to look for. And yes, I want to get notified. And once I'm done, I can ask to see personalized list of houses too. I can browse around, look at images, and even save them for viewing later, all without ever having to leave email. It turns email from a notification to an application. The next example I want to show you is from Pinterest. Let's roll the video, please. Somebody back there is scrambling right now. Anyway, this looks great. So you've received an email from Pinterest. This looks very much like the emails you received, gorgeous images. But if you notice, regular email, whenever you click on something, it probably sends out to Pinterest.com. You probably have to log in. But this is AMP for email, so you can click and view the recipe right there, look at photos, comments. And if you're not interested, you can go back to the feed. This is all in email. You can check out a different recipe. Chicken tacos sounds nice. So I'm going to go ahead and save that and pin it to my dinner board right within email. So this is great for users because they're able to discover new things from right within email. And great for Pinterest because this allows Pinterest to just deliver a much better experience to their end users. It's no exaggeration that AMP is bringing a new era of email. So if you're a mail provider or a mail client, reach out to us on GitHub, and we'd love to help you integrate with the spec. And if you're an email sender, you can sign up for Dev Preview access on the links on the slide. Cool. So the second product I want to talk to you about is ads. Ads are a thing that get embedded most number of times than anything else in the world. Aside from the way ads are getting implemented these days, it's actually a wonderful piece of technology. It allows the ads creator's content to flow across the entire web while being embedded inside of hosts. But here's the problem. With ads, when it comes to performance, there's an issue of misaligned incentives. If the ad creator is not careful, they can impact the performance of the page. Therefore, bad behavior of an ad doesn't necessarily just impact the creator, it ends up impacting the host, and therefore, most likely, ends up resulting in a bad user experience. So we wanted to fix that. So we created AMP HTML ads. The way AMP HTML ads are implemented, they're guaranteed to be fast, secure, and performant. AMP HTML ads are written entirely in AMP HTML, which means that they can't have arbitrary JS, and they're cryptographically verified before they're delivered to a web page. I won't go into all the details about validation and cryptography, but I will leave a few links in the slides so you can follow up later. Also, these ads are supposed to work on both AMP pages and non-AMP pages, and support for mobile apps is coming soon as well. So let's take a look at what a simple AMP HTML ad looks like. So you include the handy AMP HTML ad top-level tag, and then you include the ad-specific AMP runtime, which is a thinner version of the main AMP runtime. And finally, you wrap a simple AMP image tag with an anchor link. And that's it. You have a simple AMP HTML ad. But that's just a simple ad, right? Can you build timeline-based, crazy AMP HTML ads? Yes, you can. But we're actually taking it one step further by partnering with tooling companies here. So I'm very happy to announce a partnership with the Adobe Animate team, one of the most popular ad creation tools. The power of a tool like Adobe Animate is that it allows you to do WYSIWYG-based, timeline-based animation ads instead of having to manually hard-code clipping and masking functions in JavaScript. The issue with creating complicated ads is, one, it takes forever to get the positioning and the layering of the assets right. But second, the end result ends up not being so performant as well. So I'd like to show you a quick demo of how easy it is to build great-looking ads that are also performant. So let's switch to my laptop, please. Cool. So if you haven't used Animate, it's pretty straightforward. They do a really good job with laying things out. So this is the timeline scrubber, the most important part. So I've already copied some of the assets into here, so I don't have to start from scratch. So this overall gives me the ability to kind of position things and layer things. This looks good to me. So why don't I go ahead and publish this and see how this looks. OK, that's a pretty complicated ad, and it looks great. oh, but wait, there's like a Google thing appeared just way before like the make or the do it part. So I want to be able to fix that. Let's see how easy it is to go back and try to fix that. OK, here's the Google part. I've spotted the keyframe, so I'm going to move the keyframe out to somewhere between the make and the do it part. And I'm going to publish that again. Let's go back and refresh it. Let's see if it appears in order now, which is make Google do it. Yes, it looks great. So, of course, I want to make sure that, nope, don't save it. Is it actually valid AMP? Yep, it's valid AMP. It's a valid AMP HTML ad, uses a thinner runtime, and it also uses the AMP animation extension, which is just a wrapper around the Web Animations API. So I'm going to, just to prove that it's actually valid, I'm going to copy that and plop this into the AMP validator. And yep, that passes too. So we can switch back to my slides, please. That was entirely created in AMP HTML without any need for JavaScript, and I hope you agree that's pretty complicated ad. So trust me, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I'm not going to need that. All right, so some publishers are already choosing to use AMP HTML ads in their AMP campaigns they execute. For example, El País, a publisher from Spain, saw 90% decrease in ad latency and an increase of 32% in click-through rate. So if you're in the ads business, we think AMP HTML ads can help you achieve your business needs, and also while ensuring that ads are fast, performant, and secure on the web. You can learn more about AMP HTML ads on the link on the slide. Third product. The next one I want to talk to you about is Actions. It's still way too hard to get things done on the web, especially things that involve a credit card. The beauty of the web is in the diversity of the merchants that can fulfill a user's need. But for a user that discovers a merchant from Google.com, the user needs to reintroduce themselves to the merchant with things like credit card information or identity. This creates a lot of friction. For example, 54% of users abandon account registration flows when you show them a registration form. And 33% abandon purchase flows when you show at the credit card entry stage. Nobody likes to fill out a form, especially on mobile. So to solve this problem, the Actions team at Google worked with a few merchants to provide a seamless transaction experience with AMP Pages, Google Sign-In, and GPay for sessions starting from the Google Assistant or Google Search. AMP's tight security, performance, and host communication APIs allowed Google to offer transaction primitives like identity, payments, and receipts as one integrated package. Actions can also integrate with other Google services in the future. For example, say I want to make a reservation for lunch this afternoon. Actions can actually start to overlay my Google Calendar with my permission on top of my booking flow, reservation flow, without ever having to share the entire calendar with the merchant. Making such guarantees on non-AMP pages is really, really hard. So why don't we look at a few demos? The first one is from Fandango, who built an entire checkout experience in AMP using Actions. Let's switch to my phone, please. OK, so I've been pretty busy with the I/O stuff, so I haven't even watched Avengers yet. So why don't I go ahead and try to book some tickets for Avengers? Avengers showtimes. Live demo while casting. What could go wrong? 4 p.m. sounds good. Ah, Fandango seems to have a fast checkout option with the AMP logo. Let me go ahead and click that, see what happens. And that loads pretty instantly. And this is a real-time seat map, so I'm going to go ahead and select 2 seats to go with my wife. And you notice Google's already filled in all my payment information. The summary looks great. So I'm going to complete purchase. And there, I have my tickets in my hand. From the time I decided to go to the movie to having my tickets in my hand, it took less than 30 seconds. And not only that, the order is saved to my Google account, so in case I want to go back later and find it. Not only that, I can, with a single tap, actually share my email address with Fandango if I choose to get offers and such. So I'm going to say that, sure. And that's it. And now I'm a Fandango VIP. We can switch back to my slides, please. Note that I never had to pick out a form field, type in my email, or credit card information. AMC is also building an actions experience using AMP soon. So next, let's take a look at DoorDash, which makes it really easy to order food using AMP pages and actions from the assistant. Let's roll the video, please. So I like Italian food. It's never too late or never too early to order some Italian food. So I did that. DoorDash has the AMP logo, so I'm going to tap on it. Always a good idea to get some margarita pizza. I like roasted garlic. And I'm going to go ahead and add that to my order. Never not get dessert, right? Tiramisu sounds great. So add that to the order. These are all AMP pages, by the way. I'm going to view cart and check out. Again, Google's filled out all the information that I care about. I don't have to ever enter a credit card form or a field. And I'm going to go ahead and place the order. And that's it. Getting things done using AMP and actions with just a few taps. We can switch back to the slides, please. So it's a win-win situation for users and merchants. Users get a fast checkout experience that is Google optimized. And since pages are written in AMP, chances are they're performant and have a great user experience. Users almost never need to fill out a credit card form or enter any forms for that matter. And there's a single place for all your receipts in case you want to track where your order is or track your expenses in general. Merchants are able to retain full control of the UI with their AMP pages, so they can build long-term relationships with their customers and acquire them over the long term. Merchants get higher conversion rates because of the streamlined checkout experiences. We've seen greater than 20% sign-in uplift and greater than 2x conversion uplift when you use Google Pay. Merchants spend less time implementing transaction primitives and focus on things that they can add unique value to. So stay tuned to hear more details about this from the Google team later this summer. All right, folks, the last product I want to talk to you about is how AMP is enabling some powerful new features, features we're calling zero-click experiences, which means that if a developer has pretty good confidence on the thing that the user is going to click next, why not have it ready even before they ask for it? So let's look at one such example. Google Images is building frictionless visual search that helps users go beyond the image to your site. But here's the problem. An average web page takes more than 15 seconds to load, and more than half of them leave if the page takes more than 3 seconds to load. But what if we reduce the cost of a click down to 0? Remember that this is possible with AMP's privacy-preserving pre-rendering. So here's one way the Google Image team is planning to solve this problem using AMP. Let's say I'm in the market for renovating my kitchen. So I go to Google Images and search for kitchen ideas. Now is when I search for modern kitchen ideas. I find an image that's interesting for me, so I click on it. With AMP's privacy-preserving pre-rendering, Google Images can pre-render the web page where the image is from and make it readily available for the user, as you see in the bottom web view where it says ldecor.com. If the user taps on the preview, it loads instantly. When users internalize that the cost of a click is down to 0, it intuitively helps them to explore the rich content beyond the image. Ultimately, it's great for the user because they're able to get inspired and look at multiple ideas on the web, and it's great for publishers because they receive more traffic. OK, so that was 4 different products that are all using AMP to implement product features that were not possible before. And now to reveal the mystery, right? It's not so much an example, but a different way to think about AMP. And we call it AMP as Foundation. It basically means that no matter where your content or experiences live, you can power those experiences using AMP, including your own destination sites. So let's dig into what an existing setup for most publishers looks like. A lot of publishers have produced paired AMP pages, which are being surfaced across various different platforms, as you see on the slide. The way they know to surface these AMP versions is by following the link rel equal to AMP HTML tag on their non-AMP pages. And if you haven't already produced AMP pages, I hope today we've given you enough reasons why you should. So separately, a number of publishers are also rebuilding their websites using PWAs, or progressive web apps, to take advantage of things like push notifications, offline capabilities, and all the amazing things you've been hearing about PWAs. So where does AMP fit in? You know how we talked about AMP being excellent for embeddability? You can take those same AMP pages and embed them inside your PWA. So this can be done using a technology called Shadow DOM. So you can have some really powerful features in the PWA shell and have the AMP content layer function independent of the shell in the Shadow root. This pattern works great overall, but there are some outstanding issues we continue to fix, which are pretty minor. So I wanted to call that out in the link on the slide. Jungfan Matt, a really well-known creative firm from Germany, built a super compelling experience using the pattern we're talking about. By the way, they also won 2 Webby Awards, so congrats. I'd like to show you a quick video featuring the site they just built for BMW.com by embedding AMP pages inside of PWAs. Let's roll the video, please.
How do you excite people for a car brand who are not interested in cars at all? By listening to their needs and telling them stories they actually want to hear. Data-driven, entertaining, and helpful. For this purpose, we've developed a central stage, a new home for the BMW brand, the all-new BMW.com. For a web experience just as dynamic as our cars, we used Google's high-speed AMP framework and dramatically increased performance. And thanks to another web technology called PWA, ultra-smooth full-screen videos enrich the experience, and the next great story is only a swipe away. The result? A 30% higher click-through rate from Google Search, and up to 3 times faster website loading compared to competitors, and a high-performance experience that you would only expect from a native app. And of course, the configurator or a local test drive are always just one click away. The all-new BMW.com, the world's fastest automotive content marketing website.
I think they've done a really good job with it. The site's live at BMW.com right now, so you can go play with it if you'd like. And today we saw a number of different use cases of products where AMP is the core layer that powers those experiences. And who knows, there are probably other things we aren't thinking about, maybe future use cases like AMP in car dashboards, maybe AMP in virtual reality. It's really yours to explore. So if you take away one thing today, it's this. The web is moving towards a post-destination era. And if you're a developer building content or experiences in this new era, you need to build on top of a technology that works everywhere, not just at your destinations. AMP delivers superior performance, security, and standards, which enables features that are just not possible with the regular pages. So we can't wait to see what you build with it. Thank you.
That's non-watches. And of course, everyone should come check us out at wearos.google.com to learn about the platform and everything it has to offer.
All right, so there you go. Actions on Google and wearos.google.com. And hey, did you like this video? Want to see something just like it or kind of close to it? Head on over to g.co/io/guide for more videos like this. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu and I'm here with Chet Haas, the Android Toolkit lead. Hi, Chet.
Hello, Florina.
Tell me, Chet, what's new in Android P?
Oh, are there new things? Let me think. Yes, in fact, there are. So there's a few new things. One of the important ones that we heard about in the keynote too was about dynamic app bundles, but I think there's another video on that, so I'm going to lead people to do their own research on that. Something else that was big was slices and actions. So both of these are ways of propagating intents that your application can take care of deeply in other applications. So you can propagate this information in a way that maybe the assistant or search can take advantage of that. And perform that action via like a button, right? So it can say, oh, I can handle this. You put it in an actions.xml file, and then search or some application, assistant, whatever, can propagate a button into the UI so the user can click on that to perform that deep action. Slices is kind of like that. It allows you to perform these actions, but with a much richer UI. Basically, it's a way for an application to propagate rich UI to perform all kinds of things in another process. You can think of it as related to remote views, but way better. So that's exposed in limited ways right now, but we'll probably be building on that in more interesting ways. And there's APIs for developers to take advantage of that.
How about the battery? Is there anything else finally for battery?
How about that battery? Well, we are all power users, unfortunately, which means we need to keep working on things that we can do at a platform level to preserve battery for users to get longer battery life. A couple of the things that are interesting that are going on in this release includes app standby buckets. So we determine the level of activity that a user has with an application, and based on that activity level, we expose capabilities of the platform to that application or not. It may not be appropriate for an application that the user hasn't actually run for a while to be taking up CPU and battery, doing this thing in the background that probably the user didn't want them to be doing. So that's one thing. Another is background restrictions. So if we notice that applications have bad behavior characteristics, things like holding wake locks for a very long period, which means the system can't go to sleep, or waking up frequently, or using services when they're not on power that they shouldn't be as frequently as they are, then they'll be propagated into a list that the user can see through settings and then disable background capabilities for that app to make sure that the user has control of how much battery is being used.
Okay, cool. So we covered slices, battery, anything else exciting in P?
Well, there's exciting and there's necessary. One of the necessary things that's there is that we're preventing applications from calling private APIs. It is possible now to call APIs which are not in the public platform, but through Reflection or JNI, you can get to these methods anyway, and we allow that because we didn't have a way to really stop that. You can sort of query this and go for it. Well, now in the ART runtime, we can detect that you are calling these methods from an application when they shouldn't be, and we can prevent that. So in the preview release, which we encourage everybody to pick up and play with, we have these methods in a light gray or dark gray list, which means that you're going to get either a warning in the log or a toast popping up on the screen. So if your application is calling these and shouldn't be, you're going to get a warning about it. But when that release comes out, it'll be on a blacklist, and we'll simply stop it from being called. So the call to action would be, go run with the preview release for Key and make sure that your application is safe from these. And if it's not, then either fix your application, or if it is some facility that you absolutely need, then maybe it's something that we can work on and we can put it on a whitelist instead, but you need to tell us that information, which is why we have the preview, so give us that feedback.
Okay, great. There's this Android there, no?
That's a totally different object. I think we need to talk about text.
Yeah,
Because
what about text?
Text happened in my larger toolkit team, so I understand that. In fact, you understand that. I want to ask you about text. So what happened in text?
So in text, we released a few new APIs. Now you can pre-measure text. So this means that you can move all of that measuring work that takes quite a lot of time from rendering a character to a background thread.
And why is that helpful?
Well, because then the text is displayed faster. So faster rendering means less frames skipped.
Sure. So it's also good because if it's time for you to display the text and then you have to measure it, it's not very helpful, but a lot of times you know ahead of time when you're going to need that, so you can actually ahead of time shove it off to a background thread so that by the time you need it, then you can display the text, which is awesome. What else we got?
We added a new feature for the user, the magnifier.
Yep.
And we also added an API for that. So we now have 3 methods, magnifier, show, update, and I think dismiss. And this means that if you're developing your own custom views that also display text, you can also show that magnifier in your custom view.
Also, it's not limited to text. That's the cool thing, is we are using it for text because we wanted to make it easier for people to manipulate the cursor. But you can use it for whatever you want. If you need a zoomed in view, that API is general purpose.
Okay, that's great. And I think we also added some more improvements on Smart Linkify. Do you know more about that?
I do. Smart Linkify is like Linkify, except it's smarter. So we already have the ability to create links in a block of text for you if we detect things like phone numbers and addresses. That's been there forever. But now through machine learning models that we have on the system, which are used for things like smart text selection, we can detect more complex entities there. Like you may select a word which is part of a larger phrase, which we detect because of this entity detection in the model. You can ask Linkify to detect those as entity links as well.
Can I now go back to this? Because it feels like it's looking over our shoulder.
Yes. Okay.
So what's with the Android with a jetpack?
Well, that would be Android Jetpack. So Android Jetpack is a set of components as well as architectural guidance for helping developers build better Android applications. I would say all Android developers are familiar with a lot of what is in Android Jetpack already, because we have taken all the goodness of Support Library and put it under this banner, and we are going to continue to add to that, specifically with the intent of making Android development better and easier. So I'll give you some examples. One of the big ones, one of my favorite things about Support Library is AppCompat and the way that we baked in the releases for certain APIs into the package names. So now we have package names like V4 and V9 with some of the APIs. We don't even support those releases anymore. So I think all of the existing developers don't even think about it. That's just noise at the top of their file, right? It's one of those imports they never look at. But I think if you're new to Android, or if you're looking at the documentation, I think it's terribly confusing. So we're doing a major refactor where we turn all those package names into Android X dot whatever to be a little more sensible. Major effort. It will require refactoring on our side, a lot of it, but also on developers' sides, but we're giving tools in Android Studio to help with that. The other part of it is the existing architecture components are a big piece of it, things like lifecycle support and Room, view model. All of that stuff is good. Also the new paging library, which went 1.0 this week, paging in Recycler View. And we have two new things. Actually, they're to our sides here at the demo table. We have Navigation Controller and we have Work Manager. Navigation Controller makes it easier to create the links of the flow of your application. It makes things like up versus back easier. And we also have a tool in Android Studio where you can visualize this and create those links. So it's sort of an integration of the APIs as well as the tool for making this complex application flow a lot easier to develop. And then Work Manager is about an easier way for creating and executing background tasks. So before we would recommend, well, Job Scheduler is really good for scheduling things at particular times, when Wi-Fi is there, when you're charging, whatever. And that works really well if you're on KitKat and above. What if you're on an earlier release? Well, we also have Job Dispatcher, which is in the Play Services APIs. Well, what if you're on a device that doesn't have Play Services? Well, then you're probably rolling your own solution. So applications would need to do all three of these. Work Manager is an attempt to have a simpler, more elegant, fluent API for doing all this stuff that handles all of that for you.
Great, so lots of new things, both in Android, but also with Jetpack. So check out all the videos that we have from Google I/O, and also check out the documentation on developer.android.com. Thank you, Chet.
Thank you, Florino.
Android Jetpack is here to accelerate Android development by facilitating a modern app architecture, eliminating boilerplate code, simplifying complex tasks, and providing robust backwards compatibility.
Jetpack consists of architectural guidance supported by a set of libraries and tools in 4 key areas of Android development: architecture, UI, behavior, and foundation. Each Jetpack component is individually adoptable, but are built to work well together.
Jetpack builds on the popular architecture components we introduced last year. These components facilitate a highly testable, robust app architecture while individually addressing developer pain points, such as lifecycle management or data persistence. We've also added 3 new architecture components: Paging, Navigation, and Work Manager. Paging facilitates gradual, on-demand data loading from a local or network data source, allowing apps to work with large datasets, including support for Recycler View.
Navigation provides a framework to build app flows that comply with Android design guidelines, with proper behavior for up and back buttons, support for deep linking, automated fragment transactions, support for the overflow menu, navigation drawer, and bottom navigation. This is combined with a powerful graphical editor included in Android Studio to allow you to visualize, design, and test app navigation graphs.
Work Manager makes it easy to schedule one-off or periodic asynchronous tasks. Tasks can execute in order, in parallel, or in even more complex configurations. It's also easy to query for the state of tasks and to provide constraints, such as requiring unmetered network or charging. Perhaps most importantly, Work Manager takes care of compatibility issues, so you know that no matter what platform the user is on, tasks are scheduled efficiently and with system-wide health in mind.
UI components like animation, transitions, layouts such as constraint layout, text, emoji, and fragments, along with the TV leanback library, the Where UI library, and the Auto library are now part of Jetpack.
Behavior includes support for evolving Android areas such as notifications, permissions, and sharing. Jetpack adds support for slices, which allow your app to expose templatized pieces of itself to integrate with other apps, such as Google Search and Assistant.
Foundation includes AppCompat, libraries for automated testing, and new Android KTX Kotlin extensions, which make Android development with Kotlin more concise, idiomatic, and modern.
And we're just getting started with Android Jetpack. We have a roadmap of useful libraries and tools in development to help your Android projects take flight. To get started, check out developers.android.com/jetpack.
So the first rule when you come to a talk is you want to make sure you're at the right talk. I've done that before. So this is UX and APIs that developers and users love. And my name is David East. I'm a developer advocate here at Firebase. And it's kind of funny that I'm giving this talk, because it wasn't all that long ago that my idea of user experience was just completely wrong. At Google, we have lots of talented and motivating people who work on user experience. We have UX researchers, we have UX designers, UX engineers, and I get to work with these people on a lot of different occasions. And usually at the beginning of a project, we'll have a UX designer will come and they'll make a mock. And I'll look at the mock and I'll say, like, wow, this looks so pretty. And they usually look at me, and without fail, every time, they say, I don't make things look pretty. I make them work well. And this is when my idea of user experience started to change. I wondered to myself, well, what if user experience isn't just about thin fonts and different shades of blue? Because I'm a developer, and when I build applications, I think of things like this. I see my app as a series of views or network requests or threads. And my friends who work in UX, they tell me this is fine for your own mental model. But your user, they see things differently. They don't care about the code that happens behind the screen. Because everything for your user is a moment, whether they're creating an account for the first time, making a payment, or writing their first post. Each one of these things is a moment. And the important thing to understand about moments is that every single moment comes with an expectation. We expect to be able to create an account without seeing a dozen red boxes of information we need to fill out. We expect to make a payment without it being painful. And we want to write our first post with confidence. And if we don't get this right, we can give the user a 1-star moment. But if we understand their expectation, then we can give them what they need and give them a 5-star moment. So in order to understand what our user needs, we have to not just look at our applications as a bunch of code, but we need to think about our apps as a series of moments. Now, I'm not here today to teach you how to turn every single part of your app into a 5-star moment, mostly because I don't know how to do that. But I can help you look at critical parts of common applications and see how we can increase those moments. So I've been working on Firebase for over 4 years now, and I've given lots of talks: how to use Firebase hosting to build blazing fast websites, how to structure your data in Cloud Firestore. And these are all very developer-focused talks. But if you think why we want fast sites or why we structure our data in a certain way, we don't do it just so we can feel good about ourselves. Well, maybe a little bit, but we do it for the user. So maybe Firebase isn't just a development tool, because we can use it to make moments for the user better. So it also means we can look at Firebase as a UX tool. So the first moment I want to talk about is onboarding. To me, onboarding is really interesting because it's the first impression your user is going to have of your app. And this is a chance where we can show them that they are going to have a great experience. But that's not always what happens. If we don't really think about the user's perspective of onboarding, we could get it wrong. Because at this point, you have your user's interest. They are very, very excited. They've downloaded your app. They've opened it. They're ready to see the content or just use it. But what we show them is a wall. So in order to keep this excitement, we need to onboard them as quickly as possible and to reduce friction. And so in order to do this, we're going to have a lot of different features. We're going to have to allow them to log in with multiple different types of providers. We're going to have to show them that they can easily reset their password. And we also want them to be able to link different accounts because we don't want them logging in with one provider and then coming back in and logging in with another and wondering why they have 2 different accounts. And this is something that Firebase authentication does. There's multiple types of authentication with Google, Facebook, Twitter, GitHub. You can log users in with email and password. You can log them in even anonymously. So instead of having a UI that looks like this, where we just give the user one option, they might feel backed into a corner. And they might look at this and they think that this is a one-star moment, and they just bounce. So instead, we can give them multiple options. Log in with Google, sign in with email, or even your phone number, or just browse as a guest. But the problem here is that one of the most friction-filled parts of creating an app is having to think of a password. If the user wants to log in with an email and a password, not only is a lot of friction having to open up the keyboard, enter in an email, and enter in a password, but the user has to create this password in their head, know that they're basically going to forget it, and then have to reset it sometime in the future. So what would be great is we could log in a user without a password. What if we could just take their email and have them create an account? Well, recently with Firebase Authentication, we released a new feature called passwordless authentication. So let's see this GIF to see how it works. The user enters their email, they hit send link. Oh, it's like, all right, user enters in their email, sends link, and then they go and they check their email. They get an email from your app, and it comes with a sign-in link. So they tap it, and then it redirects them to the app, and it just automatically signs them in. And this is a great moment for the user, because it's one less step, it's one less password they have to remember, and we can get them into our app much faster. So this feature is available on Android, iOS, and the web. And this is a code sample of how we'd implement on the website. We started by grabbing a Firebase auth instance, and we call an aptly named method, send sign-in link to email, which takes in the user's email, and then some action code settings, which is just a bit of configuration. And since this method is asynchronous, we await it, and then we need to set the user's email to local storage, because we're going to need it later. And at this point, we can prompt the user, hey, go check your email. So the user will go out, check their email, and they'll click on a link, which brings them back to our page. And at this point, we need to check to see if they're coming in with this sign-in link. And we can do that with a little helper method from Firebase Authentication. We can call isSignIn with email link with the current URL. And if it is a sign-in link, we're going to get that email that we saved to local storage. Now we want to make sure that this link is here, because if it's not here, we're going to prompt them again to make sure that we have it, because something could have erased it from local storage or some error could happen. So we'll just prompt them one more time to make sure we have it. And once we have it, we'll call sign in with email link, and we'll pass in the email and the current email link. And at that point, we'll just clean up after ourselves because the user's logged in. So in order to provide better moments for our users with onboarding, we need to give them multiple options so they feel more trust when they log in. And we need to reduce the friction so we are not trying to pull too much from them up front. Now, another moment I want to talk about is what happens when your app crashes. So the user's logged into your app, and we onboarded them quickly, but the next thing we know, the app crashes. And you might think that this is a one-star moment, but it actually doesn't have to be. See, this is a point in our app where we can show the user that we're humans and that we do make mistakes, but we work to fix them. But in order to fix things, we have to know where our app is breaking. We have to be able to properly monitor it. And this is something that Crashlytics does very well. So once you have Crashlytics set up in your app, you get a dashboard full of useful information. You get to see the crash-free statistics, which hopefully makes you feel good about your app. But when issues occur down at the bottom, we can see in which file the issue occurred, on what line of code. We can see how many times it's happened and for how many users. so we can see what's going on and respond and fix it quickly. But you might not be refreshing this page every second of the day. So you want a way to get notified of this, or a way to handle this data outside of this dashboard. And Crashlytics has an integration with Cloud Functions. So every time a new issue occurs, you can have a Cloud Function triggered, and we can do something with this information. So to create this Cloud Function, we'll give it a name. And in this case, I'll call it post-on-issue-create. And then I'll set up an on-new-issue trigger. And inside of the callback, we get the issue information. And from here, I can really do whatever I want. I can send this information to Slack, so I get a notification that we're having an error. I could maybe send it out to a Twitter status to let our users know, hey, we have a problem, but we're working on it. Or we send it out to our own status page, or even an internal dashboard. Because it's OK when we fail. A lot of times when you do fail, it's a way to show the user that we're all human and we're trying to fix things. And it's a way to earn trust in your users, even though we had a crash. And Crashlytics gives you a lot of insight into these obvious one-star moments, where the app crashes, and it's very clear that this isn't a great moment for the user. But what about moments that aren't so obvious? What about the moments that lurk in our app and we just don't know about? And usually these moments are performance-based. Usually, we might work on fast computers, and we might always see fast connections to our app, but our users, that's not always the case with them. They might be on slower networks, and we're not seeing the same results that they are. So in this case, this is loading, and it's loading, and it's loading, and it's loading, and it's loading. Man, and there we have it. And for your user, these types of slow loads are really stressful. They're sitting there just waiting for the data to come back. And the problem is, we don't see this as app developers, but our users do. So how do we know these things are happening if they're not happening to us? And this is a case for Firebase performance monitoring, because it allows us to set up tracing in our app and see real-world data from our users. So once you have it set up, you get all this information in your dashboard. I can see traces by frequency, and I can see the network response latency from different countries. And something that I've noticed in this is that I have this one trace that's taking almost 7 seconds to finish. So I go and I inspect all the network requests that are happening in my app. And I notice that I have this one that takes about 2.15 seconds to complete. So I drill in, and I see that this is actually a Cloud Function. And in this response time box, I see it takes anywhere between 2 seconds to almost 5 seconds to complete. So why is this happening? Well, this was my fault. I was really excited, and I was using a new feature from Cloud Functions called callable functions. The way callable functions work is that we get a function name, and then we can create a new callable function. And a callable function takes in 2 arguments: data, which is the data the function is called with by the user or client, and context. And context is very useful, because if the user is authenticated, we automatically get their ID and other information about this user. And so now that I have this ID, I can just go out and get some data based on it. And callable functions just don't stop on the server side. There's actually a client SDK for Android, iOS, and web. And in this iOS example, I'll call a callable function by its function name. I can call it with any data I need. And then inside a callback, I can just bind that result to my view. So why was this slow? Well, this was the mistake I was making. I had to get all this data to the view. I was making 3 sequential network calls. And this one could take anywhere between a ½ second to 2 seconds. And then I would make this one, which is another ½ second to 2 seconds, and then yet again. So that's why I could see sometimes this could take almost 7 seconds. So I decided to trace this and fix it. So I create a custom trace and start it. And then I aggregated these 3 calls into 1 on the server side. So now instead of waiting for 3 calls, I'm just waiting for 1. And this might be a little faster, but it's still about a ½ second to 2 seconds, which I wouldn't really call that a 5-star moment. It's kind of like a 3-star moment. And the reason why it takes this long is because your user might be somewhere else on the other side of the world than where your server is located. And if that user's on a slow network, it's going to incur a lot of latency just getting to your server and back. This is something that you can solve with Firebase hosting. And traditionally, you might think of Firebase hosting as just a way to serve websites. But when you think outside of the box, you can use Cloud Functions and Firebase hosting together to create really fast REST APIs. Because with Firebase hosting, it's backed by a content delivery network, which means that we have an entire network of servers all around the world. So when your user needs a piece of data, they're not traveling all the way across the world, they're just going right up the street. So the server code for this is I switched from using a callable function to an onRequest function, so I can control the response. Go back. And so I set a cache control header, and it tells the server how long we're going to cache this on the network. And then I can decode the auth token using the Firebase admin SDK. And now I just need to tell Firebase hosting how to talk to Cloud Functions. So I set up a firebase.json configuration file where I just set up a server rewrite, and I say, whenever you see this path, call this Cloud Function. And I write Firebase deploy from the command line, and my REST API is available to the world for use. So I refactored my app, and I now just call this, make a network request out to my domain, and I wondered, just how fast is this now? So I waited a day, and I went back to the dashboard. So I filtered within the last 24 hours, and I saw that my network request went from almost 7 seconds down to 68 milliseconds. And that's how fast it loads. From a cold start, from the cold start of the app, the data load feels almost instant. And this is what the user expects. They expect to be able to load their app and see their data immediately. So in order to give a user great moments, we need to be able to monitor real performance, not just look at the performance we see when we develop, but the performance that happens in the wild. Now, my favorite moment is handling offline situations. Because when your user loves your app, they're going to bring it everywhere with them. They're going to bring it camping. They're going to take it on the plane. They're going to bring it to their friend's house that has bad cellular service and really flaky Wi-Fi. And despite these circumstances, we still want to give the user a great moment, even when we don't have a connection. And that's not really what happens in a lot of the apps we build, or a lot of apps we download. We want to use it, but when we don't have a connection, we just get some UI that says, like, hey, sorry, please find a connection and use this app later. And this isn't what the user's looking for. The user downloaded this app so they could use it, so they could view the content. And if we're not able to provide them with an offline experience, then it's a disappointing moment. And we don't want to just build read-only apps offline. We want them to be functional. We want to provide as much experience without a connection as we can with a connection. And the problem with doing this is that when we build our apps, we have to split everything up when it comes to data retrieval. So we'll have an offline cache of data for when the user is offline. And then when they go back online, we make network requests. And we have to synchronize this data with an offline cache. And not only is this difficult to architect in your app, it's difficult to architect in your brain, because you're thinking about the app in this offline state and this online state, and it's easy to create bugs, and it's easy just to get confused. And this is actually my favorite part of using Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Firestore is a document database that's really scalable, has simple has a simple collection of data and allows you to do powerful queries. But my favorite part is how easy it is to build offline-ready applications. So this is an app I made. It's a PWA, and I can use this camera app online just as I can offline. I save data, and it goes to my weird selfie feed. And all I have to do to enable offline is on the web, I just call enable persistence, and on Android and iOS, it's just enabled by default. But now, once we're offline, we have a new responsibility to the user, because behavior offline can be different than behavior online. So we have to build a UI that guides the user to make correct decisions. So in the case of this screen, I have all these pictures, but I don't know if any of these pictures are synced with the server. So I don't know if I can delete them or what, or if anyone else can see them. So I can use Cloud Firestore to help me out here. So I'm going to create a document reference. And so I'll go into the cities collection and grab the document of San Francisco. And then I'm going to add a snapshot listener. And every single time this document updates, this snapshot will fire with this on-event listener. And using this data snapshot, I can actually go in and get the metadata of this object and see if it has any pending writes. Because if it has pending writes, then I know that this is local-only data. And if it doesn't, then I know it's been synchronized with the server. And so using this, I can change my UI, and I can add some opacity to the images so the user can see that they aren't synced yet. And then when the opacity changes, they know that their data is now backed up. And this is great because we're giving the user proper guidance. We're giving them an offline experience, but we're letting them know what's happening while we're offline. So a lot of the topics I've covered are about bringing expectations or understanding the user's expectations. And we want to meet the user's expectations. But every now and then, we get to go beyond the expectations, and we get to surprise the user. So not that long ago, I bought a house. And the really interesting thing about buying a house is that once you buy it, everything breaks. And so my hot water heater broke pretty much the first week I moved into my house, and I had someone to come out and take a look at it. And I noticed when they were inspecting my hot water heater that they were taking a picture of it with a custom app their company built. So I asked him, hey, is this useful for you? And it was surprising because he looked at me and said, no, it's not. In the past, before I had this app, I just wrote down this manufacturer and the serial number of the hot water heater, and I was done. But now I have to open this app, take a picture, and I still have to write down the same information as before. And I kind of thought, like, this is a moment where we're not meeting the user's expectation. We're actually making things a little more difficult. So when he left, I went upstairs and I got to work. And so I built a little app using MLKit. So we launched MLKit at the beginning of this week, and MLKit is a tool to bring machine learning to mobile devices. And so I created a vision text detector, and then I grabbed a UI image from the view, and then I converted it to a vision image. And using that, I was able to detect any text that was in this photo. And in case you thought that this wasn't a real story, this is me. Oh, we go back here. Can we roll the video? This is me in my basement, scanning the serial code number of my hot water heater. And you can see that in real time, I'm picking up the text. And then once I see the code is right, I take the picture, and then I didn't have to write this information down, and I get the picture and the serial code number all at once. Can we roll forward? And this is what the user wanted. They didn't want 2 steps. they wanted to have the picture and the serial code number. And this is something that's going to happen for the user multiple times a day. So while it's small, it has a larger impact, and it just makes their lives just a little bit easier in this unexpected way. And so throughout all this process, I thought to myself, UX isn't about your fonts. It's not about your layouts. It's not about what color blue you pick. User experience is all about the moment that a user goes through. And in order to really give the user a 5-star moment, we have to think about their moment and think about our developer tools as a way to create better moments for our users. So your feedback for this talk is really important. So I know you've probably heard this in every single session, but if you have any feedback, visit the I/O app and leave that. That'd be amazing. And I'm going to be at the Firebase tent after this, so if you want to stop by and ask any questions or take an offline selfie, I'll be available. So thank you all so much for coming out.
Hello.
Hi, how are you today?
I gotta give it one of these. Great, I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here.
Me too. We're really glad that you came here to talk about your work and to talk about diversity and inclusion and how that's affected by representation in media.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a big important part of that is if you don't see it, you can't be it. And so putting those things into our narrative work and films, which, you know, everybody finds the time to go see a good movie, as noted by Infinity War, and, you know, and to represent a huge portion of the, you know, population in that way. I think when people see it, they realize, like, I can do that. I can have those same goals in life because it's not going to be impossible. And I think that that's such a huge, important part of my work and my body of work over the last 3 years.
Yeah, one of the things I think about a lot is that I was really lucky growing up, wanting to be an engineer and seeing lots of engineers that looked like me. And that was inspiring, and I really want that for everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, I think inspiring the next generation of young scientists who are females, young kids of color, who see a world where they have a sense of pride, where they have a sense of, you know, reaching back and seeing their tradition and their culture and their ancestors and all those things, even being a part of their future. And I think walking away with a huge sense of themselves that they otherwise may not know or have had privy to, or so it's lifting spirits that's so important when it comes to representation. It's not only about getting into certain fields; it's about who we're raising in the world for the future, because I know I'm going to be relying on my young child to take care of me, and I want him to know some things. So, you know, it's always on my mind, and it's something that I think I'm now more than ever driven to do and include as part of my design aesthetic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you can see it, you can be it.
Absolutely. And I've been watching, you know, I watch all the videos on Twitter. People will send me stuff of teachers teaching about the sort of, you know, things that we did. You know, I did a deep dive, but it was sort of a lighter dive into the technology in Black Panther and the science in Black Panther. And teachers are coming up with a way to teach their class using Black Panther as an example of sort of our vibranium and our sound science that we use in the movie, and to see that becoming part of like a curriculum and kids getting excited about it because they see themselves and I can do this you can't ask for anything more. And so I've always thought, like, what can I do to better the world as one individual? And I didn't really know ever what that was until I think after Black Panther, and I saw the response of young kids, and it was all about the representation. And so, that does become a design choice, and it's something that I think that I'm just going to do now forever.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you're on record as saying that when you were working on Black Panther, you were just focusing on it being good,
Yeah.
right? But then afterwards, looking back on how big a deal this is for how many people, how has your perspective changed?
I mean, it hugely, because it was just, you're kind of in it, and you can't, like you were saying, see the forest through the trees. So you're just wanting to make sure it's good and it's right and that people are going to be happy and proud, and that, you did the right thing, you made the right choices, because at the end of the day, it was a lot of responsibility in some aspects. So and then after when I saw it, I was like, my eyes were, because I did a little bit of the VFX, I was there for a little bit, but I didn't see the final edit. I saw one of the cuts. So when I was there in the theater with everybody else, I was blown away. I was like, this is insane. I can't believe I did this. and seeing the responses, it's just on another level. It's just, it's really hard to put into words or articulate in a way that others can understand, because it really is made me speechless in a sense. There hasn't been the words made yet to describe what that's like, but it was certainly always about making a good movie with a great story, and hopefully everything else sort of fell in line. And then we had other great filmmakers, Ruth Carter, who is Oscar-nominated costume designer, who I worked with really intensively to make sure that what we did matched up, because a lot of what she did in the foreground on the characters defined who they were on screen. So that also gave back to the representation of powerful women who had their own agency about them and could make their own decisions and stand up for themselves and could think quick on their feet. That's a whole nother sense of representation and a social aspect for young kids, young girls, and the men who, treated them on this equal playing field. There was no like, oh, we need to make it easy for the girls. You saw the door fight. You saw the king treat them as if they were, when they were the most powerful, guards in Wakanda. So it's all of those things mixed together. Then you talk about the technology on top of that. You're giving a new generation, old generations, my generation, a whole another narrative than the one that we've sort of heard for the last how many ever decades.
Let's talk a little bit more about the technology, but not go away from the human aspects that you're talking about. And I think one of the things that's always really interested me in technology is not how to make tech just sort of better on its own, and then teach people how to use it, but rather teach technology how to be better for people. Absolutely. And I think that you've really captured in this film an intersection with culture and people and technology. How did you approach that?
Oh, that's heavy, man. Very carefully, because it's really trying to understand community, what the needs of community are, and then how do we envelop the technology, just what you said. And I know for Ryan, community was really important. So and I talked to a lot of experts. It wasn't just me sort of coming up with things. I talked to a lot of people who really knew, nanotechnologists, neuroscientists, archaeologists, geologists, geographers, on a daily basis to understand how to fold that in. And I think one of the biggest things that I did was I tried to find, a lot of the tech was based on biomimetics. So I tried to find in nature and in the different cultures what the use of something was, and then the evolution of it. Because at the end of the day, it is all about the evolution of it, how we are in society and how we are advancing technologically. So it was me relating these things back in a way that represented what they are really used for and how they would have evolved over time. And I think technologically, oftentimes, it is the thing for the thing's sake and not here is, you know, something that has been such a big part of a tradition of any nationality, any ethnicity, any culture, religion, and this is how it becomes useful in a futuristic and advanced way. If that means technology, then that's the way that it would be. So that's sort of how I strung those together. And then pulling from nature. That was a huge one. And thereby keeping everything organic, in a sense. So it becomes not such a scary thing, but a very organic thing, because we're so used to seeing certain things in nature, patterns, shapes, you know, geometry, all of these things, math, science, it's all around us constantly. So it was really easy at some point to start just looking just into nature, because it is science. It is technology. You know what I mean? Like the way everything works. So looking beyond the hardware and the finish of the hardware of it and into the organic nature of it all. That's like a little dive into how it went.
It must have been a very full 14 months working on this film.
Beyond. We were on 3 continents, we were in 2 states, and I had a team at any given moment that were 500 strong just in my department. So we went 14 months, and we went hard as we could go for 14 months to get this done, and put every last, like my whole team put every last inch of themselves. So, you know, it was a beautiful thing because we represented the diaspora, just our crew. So it was a micro version of the macro that we were building in Wakanda. I lived that every single day for a little over a year.
All right, I want to ask you about what's next, but it doesn't have to be specific projects. But it's like, where do you go from here with everything that you've talked about, right? Like the production design itself, but like the bigger themes and ideas that you're working on.
You know, challenging myself, I think, to try to continue to do things that are out of my comfort zone. Something I learned from Ryan Coogler, who has taken me from Fruitvale Station to a boxing movie, Creed, to a comic book movie, Black Panther. I want to continue the trend on my own and not just be in a place that I feel comfortable. My next project with Melina Matsuko, who is a director for Insecure, I'm just working on the pilot for Why the Last Man, which is a graphic novel.
Yes, I've read the entire series. So good.
So I'm going to be designing the pilot. We're working on that currently. I can't really say much more than that, but it's super exciting. The script is phenomenal. And our approach to it is going to be, I think, something really cool. So I'm really super excited about that. Worked with Beyonce again. That's all I can say about that. And the future is wide open. And if Denis Villeneuve is listening, I'd love to do Dune.
Yes.
I throw that out every opportunity I can get. Denis?
Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your story and all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It's super exciting. I'm so happy to be here, and I think I'm going to learn something today, too. So, you know, it's all about soaking in all this greatness. So, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
All the way up now.
I can't imagine how anybody passes a problem that they know that they can fix and doesn't try to fix it. That's not some complicated thing. It's just stop talking about it and start doing it. I feel an absolute obligation to serve. I did 2 tours in Iraq as a helicopter pilot. I loved being part of the cavalry. But then I got injured, and that caused me to lose my ability to fly. One day you're a soldier, and then overnight they rip off that tag and slap veteran on your chest. I didn't know where to start looking for the next thing. What I do is math and engineering, so I had to find a way to apply those things in a meaningful way. Service doesn't end when you get out of the military, it just changes. And I started reading about the research that they were doing, at the Human Engineering Research Lab. And I thought, man, I gotta go be a part of that. HURL's mission is to help people with disabilities increase independence and quality of life. I prepare the software to support the research that we do. One of the big things that I've done is help us transition to using Android tools. They make things really accessible. Anybody can sit down and start using these technologies and perform the tasks that we hope that it'll be useful for. That's the right thing to do, is to make things not just able to be used, but to be used with the same sort of joy or ease as I do. A big part of why open technology is so attractive to engineers like myself is there's such an active community of people designing and innovating.
Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All three of my children have a disability. The fact that my son has autism is just one little part of him, but almost his entire existence is defined by that autism. There was part of me that hoped someday I'd be able to help my son be able to live independently and give him a future. That's part of why I became an engineer, is part of why I get into this field. There's going to be a time where someone like my son will have gotten a better opportunity, a better swing at this thing. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to fix the problem. There's not a minute to be wasted thinking about anything but the good things that we can do.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Fernanda Viegas. I'm part of Google Brain. I'm also a leader in the PAIR initiative, which stands for People Plus AI Research. And I'm very excited to be joined today by this wonderful panel. So here to my side is Rajan Sheth. He's Director of Product Management at Google Cloud AI. Daphne Luong, Engineering Director at Google. And John Platt, Director of Applied Science in Google AI. And today, we're going to talk about opportunities, challenges, and strategies to develop AI for everyone. So if you could, please, I would love for each one of you just to talk very briefly about what do you do at Google?
So my name is Rajan Sheth, and I run the product team for Cloud AI. And so what we're doing is within Google Cloud, we're trying to figure out how can we bring the best of AI to developers and to enterprises. And so how do we give developers a great platform to build on, but then how do we take some of the best of Google's AI and make it so that they're available as services for developers?
Thank you.
My name is Daphne Long. I work in Google AI, Human Computation, Data, and Natural Language Understanding.
I'm John Platt, and I help run the Applied Science org inside of Google AI. We're super excited by all of the opportunities in science related to things like biology or physics, and we believe that computer science, especially machine learning and AI, can really help accelerate that. So that's what my org does.
Thank you. So one of the things that is very inspiring to me about this panel and about a lot of the themes going on at I/O this year is AI for everyone. And so I know that in PAIR, one of the main research themes we have is how do you design human-centered AI technology? How do you start with the user in mind and then design machine learning technology that fits with that? So one of the things I'd love to ask each one of you to talk about a little bit is what does AI for everyone mean to you?
So for me, it means really how do you make AI easy and useful for people that want to use it? And I think there are two big problems that we're seeing right now with AI. One is that there isn't as much skill out there or as much knowledge about how to build AI models, especially deep learning, as there should be. And so we're trying to both build tools for that and to make it so that more people can access AI, but then also can learn about AI and figure out how to use that. What we're finding, for example, is that there are probably in the tens of thousands of people out there that know how to use deep learning, probably in the order of a couple of million of data scientists out there, but there are 21 million developers. And so our goal is how do we get AI to be accessible by the 21 million developers? And the second part of that is usefulness. How do we actually make it so that AI is useful? How do we go, especially for businesses, beyond kind of where they can not only do cool things, but they can do things that are useful that actually are vital to their business?
Daphne.
To me, getting everyone involved and aware so that algorithms have representation for all of our users, right? So on the data side, this means that we need to have the data that's representative of all our users.
Yeah, well, for me, AI for everyone is trying to get the benefits of AI to a large part of society or across the world. So what we do is we look for leverage points, right? We're not trying to get everyone in the world to use AI. We're trying to get them to have the fruits of sort of what AI can provide. So if we can find these leverage points, where a local application of AI can really help the whole world, that's what we're looking for. That's why I'm super excited about applying AI and machine learning to problems in science, because science can lead to breakthrough technologies.
Great. I think one of the interesting things here for this panel and this theme is that each one of you is coming from a very different perspective, right? So Rajan, I think about you as coming from the product/business side of things. Daphne, you're helping build some of the fundamental blocks, like the fundamental data creation blocks for being able to do this technology at all. And then John, you're coming from a research perspective, right? How do we enable scientists? How do we enable science at large? So one of the things that comes up whenever we talk about AI, whenever we talk about machine learning, is this notion of representation. And I want to start at the beginning with that. I want to talk about data. And so Daphne, I was really excited when I heard that you were going to be part of this panel, because I think about you as the data czar of Google. And so your work is a lot about creating better ways to scale up, for instance, how do we gather data? How do we do it in an insightful way? And so one of the things I'd love for you to talk about a little bit is the representation of data sets at Google. What does that look like today?
Yeah. So having semantically meaningful and systematic, like correctly calibrated label data at scale is really crucial for machine learning. Right? And from a representation perspective, some of the data set out there are not, well balanced. For example, if you look at Wikipedia data, right? The pronouns he is mentioned so much more than she, right? So inside Google, we have a lot of data. An example set that I want to talk about is the audio data set that we open sourced last year. The data sets had 2.1 million video with 8.5 K hour of audio, but then we annotated with around 500 classes of sound. That's really interesting, right? Like you have sounds from like speech and music all the way to like engine sounds or burping, right, or gargling. So then from that perspective, it's really important to have audio and sounds from all over the world, right? Like having sounds from kids from India is very different from China and the US. So that kind of thing is what I think, we should think about whenever we make data sets.
So that's wonderful. When I became aware of all the different open source data sets that we have put out, it's really exciting to see audio, video, text. You have translation. You have all of those. But whenever you're talking about data in machine learning, you're also talking about challenges, right? So one of the things you kind of started touching on a little bit, and I want to pull that out more, is this notion of representation, making sure that the data set has good representation from different users, different communities, and that's a hard thing to do. So I'm curious, what are we at Google doing about that? How are you thinking about that?
Yeah. So, Google users and communities, right? They have been very generous, donating data and stuff for us to make our product better. An example is Google Guide. How many of you are Google Guide in the audience, right? So, yes. So on the data front, we are also doing something really similar. We have a crowdsourced app, which is an app and on the web. Right now, since the last 2 years, we actually have 2 million users donating to the app from all over the world, actually 233 countries. That's a lot of different people, right? And we have 200 million donations from people answering questions all the way from, hey, can you see this sign from the street in an Indonesia city versus, hey, is this sentence, what's the sentiment of this sentence in Hindi? Right? So there's all those data, and those data actually help us make product better, help people navigate street where there's no sign, right? From like landmark navigation, making the keyboard more accessible, as well as making, having more detailed label data set. So I think that's really important. If you don't have the crowdsourced app, please download it.
Great. Thank you. One of the things about audio that I had never thought about until I read this is that there's a huge discrepancy between even voices of adults versus children, and children. So you have to think about many different dimensions of diversity, right?
Yeah. And then from the app, we actually have like initiated groups that's in 35 countries, so we're actually really excited about the whole contributions.
Awesome. Okay. So now, moving on a little bit from data, one of the things, whenever we talk about AI for everyone, one of the, I think, first questions that comes to mind is how do we make AI accessible and better for our users? And Rajan, here I'm going to turn to you. And since you are helping lead these services on cloud, right? How do you think about designing these ML tools so that they are easy for users to use?
Yeah.
And then a segue question there too, if you could talk a little bit about what are the difficulties that you're starting to see? What are the patterns that where students get, users get stuck?
Yeah, great question. And I think there are two big parts of that. One is how do we make it easy for people to create models? But then the second part is how do we make sure that those models are fair, are not biased, are really kind of serving the purpose in the right way? Because it is very easy for people to just take what they've been doing manually and end up encoding bias into a model. So on one part of it, what we're doing is we're providing a variety of tools. One of the most interesting things that we're working on is Cloud AutoML. And so Cloud AutoML is a way by which you can give us a data set, and then we'll use machine learning to create a machine learning model for that data set. The first area we're doing this with is image recognition, where you can give us a set of images that are labeled, and then we'll give you a highly accurate model on top of that to predict for images. And so that has really helped this expand. We have 15,000 people that have signed up for access to that, and we're seeing amazing use cases, everything from really large companies to very small companies who are doing things around, for example, helping farmers manage their field, or helping track litter and making sure that track litter back to the producers.
How much technical expertise do I, as a user, need to have if I want to use AutoML?
Yeah, great question. We're trying to orient it to make it so that you need to have limited or no ML expertise to be able to use it. And if you look at our UI, it's very similar to, say, Google Photos. You upload your pictures, you label them. You can. We actually are integrating with a lot of the services that Daphne and team are using to have us label it if you want that, and then you just hit train, and then we'll create a model for you. However, that said, getting the right data set is the key part there. So even if you don't have to go create the model, you have to create the right data set. And so there we're trying to provide tools to make sure that people are able to create the right data set and figure out where there are flaws in the data set. And then on the other side of this, around things like bias, we're trying to figure out tools around that and also help advise customers with best practices to make sure that the data set they're putting in can actually produce the right results.
Okay. And so data continues to be one of those bottlenecks, right?
Data is the foundation of this. And if you put in the wrong data, you end up with the wrong results.
Yeah. Okay. John, one of the themes, as you all have been seeing, is diversity. Diversity in data sets. Also, how do you create these experiences for users who are not themselves machine learning experts to be able to use this technology? I'm also curious to hear from you about diversity and representation on the side of machine learning developers and researchers. The reason I'm looking at you is because you're working with scientists. And so these are people who are going to be potentially needing custom models. They're going to be pushing the envelope sometimes, but they may not themselves be machine learning experts. So I'm curious about your thoughts there.
Right. Well, science is getting to be increasingly data-driven. A lot of scientists, like from physicists to geologists to biologists, they do their job by gathering large amounts of data. So they're already kind of getting into data science. And so there's a big opportunity right now for them to use machine learning to kind of make themselves be much more productive. The way I look at it is it's kind of like giving a scientist thousands of undergraduate assistants. In other words, something to look at, slides. If you could examine, slides of cells, you could just have thousands of assistants look at it for you. So that's sort of one example. So I'm really, I don't know if this answers your question, but I'm really excited that we can build kind of models to help scientists do specific things to help accelerate their research. And we actually collaborate with scientists to help build these kind of models. So I don't know if that answers your question.
And what kinds of scientists are you working with right
now? The applied science people, there's a bunch of us working with biomedical research, trying to understand the core research of disease, like neurodegenerative diseases. There's a bunch of us working on climate and energy. So we're working with a company called TAE Technologies, trying to figure out whether we can make fusion energy, make it commercially relevant. So we span across biology, physics, chemistry. We work with a bunch of people who simulate quantum chemistry.
And I guess the same question I asked Rajan, I'd like to ask you, which is, what do you see as the biggest difficulties for scientists to do this kind of work today? Are there kind of patterns? Is it data? Is it understanding how to put together models? Is it, what do you see?
Well, they generally don't want to build models themselves, although some of them do. There's an increasing crossover between scientists and computer scientists. But I think they would prefer to have a productivity tool. In other words, could they get can we help them build a productivity tool for their own research? Yeah. And either they could try to build it themselves if they know machine learning, or we can help them.
Okay. So along those lines, one of the things that I've been very excited about is a few months ago, folks in Pair, in collaboration with others at Google, launched TensorFlow.js. And this is really significant in the sense that what we were talking about in terms of democratizing the technology and bringing machine learning to the web, right? TensorFlow.js speaks the native language of the web, speaks JavaScript. And so now you have a whole new set of developers who can start to take advantage of this technology. And we are already starting to see some interesting applications. For instance, one developer who decided to to train a model based on his web camera to make the mouse move in different directions just by where he was looking. So if he looked up, the mouse would go up. If he looked down, the mouse would go down. And the reason he did that was because he was trying to help a friend who had suffered a stroke and became paraplegic. So that, to me, again, starts to talk about this possibility of bringing this technology into your personal, what do you need? How can you train these models for your specific purposes? So one thing I think, as we talk about democratizing the technology, as we talk about bringing it to everybody, one of the things that I think we at Google are very mindful of is that we have to do that with insight and responsibility, right? You want to be thinking ahead. So one question I have, Rajan, is since you are providing this service, right? What happens if you have bad actors trying to use your service, and what safeguards could you provide?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something that is very much top of mind for us, because as we see more people use AI, we want to make sure that we're providing those safeguards, whether it's kind of safeguards or best practices to make sure that it's used in the right way. On one hand, when you have things like open source technologies, it's very hard to prevent people from doing bad things if they want to do bad things. But one advantage we have with cloud is that we can put in terms of services or acceptable use policies, things like that, to make sure people are using this in the right way. And I think one thing we're discovering with AI is that we have to rethink that. It's not an infrastructure technology anymore. We have to rethink the uses, and that's something that we're doing quite a bit. Another thing that worries me too is beyond just bad actors, people unintentionally doing things that might be bad and not even knowing that they are. And it goes back to some of the things we talked about with bias and fairness. In a lot of cases, people aren't intending to create something that's biased, but they end up creating something that's biased because of the data that's coming in. And so that's another area that we're looking at quite a bit, which is how do we help people out there, our customers, developers, have the tools to be able to do this well, such that they're not unintentionally creating bad models too.
Right. Yeah, so like alongside of tooling, right? I think it's also important to like get people trained all the way from the beginning end to end, like really mindful of the data, diversity, what you need for data. We actually train like even annotator, right? So they're aware, having diversity along the, the whole path. So I think that's important. And then for other practitioners to understand about best practices for machine learning.
Absolutely.
I mean, I usually think about this from the research perspective because I'm a researcher and we write and publish papers, and we have to think very carefully about when we write a paper. I mean, the intent is to have a positive impact on the world, right? So before we release the paper, we say, is this going to have a positive impact on the world or not? Now, you can't always predict, there's going to be unintended consequences of releasing a technology. But we try to, do the best we can. And we generally have a bias towards openness because it's just generally, we have the prior is that it's better to share these technologies.
Yeah, I have to say, as a researcher myself, I love the ethos of just publishing and open sourcing. And I have never been in a field like this before, where the whole idea is you publish as soon as you have a finding, and then you submit to a conference like that. I had never seen that before, and I think it's wonderful because it means that the field progresses much faster, right? I want to come back to one point that we were talking about, which is this notion of there might be unintended consequences, or even with the best of intentions, you may not know that your data is biased or that there might be a skew or something. And there, one thought I'd love to put out is this notion that building tools so that people can inspect the data, and also opening up the community of people who inspect these things. So in PAIR, for instance, one of the things we've been doing is building tools, visualization tools that visualize your entire data set and allow you to very easily see things like, oh, this is the shape of my data, this is the distribution, this is what female data points look like, or male data points, or children data points. And what this means is that because it's this kind of user interface where the experience is a visualization, it means that not only developers can look at this. It means that product managers can look at this, executives, whoever, different stakeholders can start having a conversation, sit together and be like, oh, I don't know, I saw something strange in the data set, or what do you think is going to happen when we facet by this dimension here? And so I'd love to hear a little bit of your thoughts on the importance of broadening the conversation around doing AI for everyone, so that it's not a conversation that is happening only amongst developers. Obviously, the developers are super important, but I also think it's a conversation that needs to happen with a broader set of stakeholders.
I guess one thought on that, and it's interesting. You kind of in the previous conversation, you're talking about how rapidly this is going. One way I usually start out my presentations to customers is the first slide I show a picture of the Mosaic browser from 1994, and my point with it is that all of us, we remember back to what that was, and before that point, the internet had been around for a very long time before that point. But that was when the internet started to go out to many more people for many more things. You started to see everything from checking sports scores all the way through to e-commerce, all kinds of things. And it opened up many more possibilities and opened up a lot more questions.
Yes.
And also questions where there needed to be more tools to make it easier, but tools to make people safe. And I think we are at 1994. We are at that point for AI right now. It's been used for years and years and years, but now it's being used in many, many more ways. And so I think we need to think about tooling in that way. New problems are starting to come up every single day, and new technologies are coming out every single day. And so we're going to need to think about that not just as a developer community, but then in coordination with how it's being used and the people that it's affecting.
Rajan and I were just talking about the first spam detector before we came up in 1997, and that really, I remember the first spam email that got sent in the 80s. And so it's as new problems come up, you need to have sort of new tools to kind of help fight the problem. So
that's a good point. But for a long time, you didn't need a spam detector, and then all of a sudden you did, and then you had to have tools to be able to work with it.
Another thing, another aspect of this, of broadening the conversation, especially when we're talking about products also, is this notion of having in the same room your technical team, your design team, for instance, and your PMs and so forth. And so one of the things we're doing at Google is finding ways of involving the designers, the UXers from the beginning, and educating them around machine learning as a design material. How do you think about that as literally a material you're going to design with? And if you think about it, it's a very challenging material because it's something that each person in a product might have a slightly different user experience. My experience might be very different from yours. Certain things might be automated in different ways for different people at different times. And so it makes the UX, the user interaction, much more challenging. That space becomes a lot bigger. And so again, when we are talking about AI for everyone, it really means this conversation that needs to happen between multiple parties. One thing I have to come back to before we run out of time, John, is this notion of science. One of the things that I think there's a lot of excitement around is that machine learning could be a new paradigm for scientists, right? That finally we could solve certain very complex scientific problems using these new tools. So I'm curious about your thoughts as why is it that AI makes such a difference in these very complex spaces?
Well, that's an excellent question. Right now, the current state of AI and machine learning is still very perceptual. We're very, very good at looking at images, listening to sounds. And so you can imagine, as I said before, I like to talk about these thousands of undergraduates. They would be listening or looking at the data. And so that's a great productivity term for science. In the long run, people are starting to do research into this, but in the long run, what we really want is something called causal models, where the machine learning or AI algorithm actually tries to understand what caused what. That's still very, very early in research, but that's almost the essence of science. A scientific model explains, this caused that, and you can extrapolate if you know what the causal model is. So I think that's sort of the long-term trend for AI, but we're not there yet because our models don't really understand causation yet.
So one of the things along those lines, we had a visiting scientist in our group in Cambridge. He's an earthquake science. You know who I'm talking about. He's a professor at Harvard who came and spent half a year with us. And one of the things I thought was incredibly inspiring about what he was doing. So obviously, as an earthquake scientist, you want to predict earthquakes, right? It's incredibly hard. We can't do it well yet. But the thing that he was able to do, so I did not know anything about earthquake science. He explained to me that this is the kind of science that lives in HPC, high performance computing. So huge computers that will spend like entire weeks doing very, very gnarly computation, trying to simulate where might a aftershock happen after an earthquake, okay? Things that Californians should care a lot about, and I'm sure you do. So imagine something that takes a week running on huge computers, okay? He was able to get these kinds of simulation results that were just as good using a simple neural net. Okay, it was so simple. The neural net was so simple that it was the kind of neural net where you could count the neurons. That's how simple it was. And so he was stunned and incredibly happy because it meant he didn't need to wait a whole week and using a ton of compute power to do the same kind of simulations he was doing. But then, so that in itself was a win, but then the deeper question, and one of the things that gives me a lot of excitement, is what exactly was this neural net figuring out about the physics of the Earth that we haven't figured out yet? So, and again, if we could interpret what this system was doing, what this neural net was doing, if we could learn from it, could we become better scientists ourselves, right? And you're starting to see this in science, you're starting to see this in medicine. So for instance, the brain work with diabetic retinopathy, where these systems are looking at the image of the back of your eye, your fundus, and not only are they being able to understand whether or not you have the diabetic retinopathy, but they are also being able to do things like understand the gender of the patient and the cardiovascular risk of cardiovascular disease risk. Things that doctors themselves couldn't necessarily see in these images. So again, part of the race now is to understand what are these systems learning that we couldn't learn. So can we become better doctors, better scientists, right? By using this kind of, can we learn back? Can we listen back from these machines? So we have a few minutes to go, but I have two more questions. One is for you, Rajan. What are you seeing of the ability of AI to really help businesses? I guess I'm curious about like what have been some of the most successful cases, but also some of the most surprising. And you're like, whoa, I didn't know we could do AI for this. Or
Yeah, there are a bunch of things that we've seen. There are definitely certain industries that are farther ahead. Tech industry, of course, there's a lot being used there. Financial services, there's a lot already being used. But then there are many emerging use cases which I think are pretty amazing. Some of the examples we see, like on the manufacturing line, can you use vision to figure out if a part is okay or not? Like if a tire coming down the factory line is going to be a good tire, or it might actually bear risk to the person. Those kinds of things are things that that we're starting to see. Retail is another case. How do you actually make it so that you can make the experience of the user better? So I'll give you an example. We were using AutoML with Disney. My son happens to be a massive Lightning McQueen fan from Cars. And I'm sure many of you have kids or family members that are big Disney fans. He has an insatiable appetite for Disney stuff, and stuff with Lightning McQueen. Now, with the technology that we've developed, you can search on on Shop Disney for everything with Lightning McQueen on it, whether or not it says it in the description or not. It'll do it by visual inspection. Those kinds of things are really interesting use cases. And so we're starting to see that. One of the things I think that is important, though, is that we need to get businesses to the point where they're not thinking about, hey, I'm using AI to do this, but where the users are feeling magic. And it doesn't matter if it's AI behind the covers or not. And that's where I think things like what we've done with Google Photos and stuff like that is really incredible, because it's not about AI, it's about the user experience.
That's awesome. So we talked about some of the challenges, some of the strategies. I want to end on the opportunities. We talked about some of the opportunities also, but I want to end on that note, on the opportunities. In the last year, we've seen AI being applied to various domains in really interesting ways. So you have medicine, science, you have farming, right? We were talking about some of those examples. And I'd love to hear from each one of you, what opportunity are you excited about for the next however many years? John, do you want to start?
Okay. Well, you mentioned biomedical research, so no, I can't talk about that. So let me talk about another project I find really exciting, which I mentioned before, which is we're actually working to see if we can get fusion energy to be a real commercial source of energy in order to displace fossil fuels, because right now the world is burning way too many fossil fuels and flooding the atmosphere with carbon dioxide. So we're actually using machine learning to help this company, TAE Technologies, and we're helping in two ways. We're trying to optimize their experiments. We're actually helping them design experiments through optimization, and we're using Bayesian methods to actually help them debug the plasma inside their machine.
Oh, wow.
So the goal is going to be trying to make this plasma about as hot as the center of the sun, and if we can do that, we can measure its heat loss rate and see if we can actually get to commercially relevant fusion, which would really, I think, revolutionize the world.
When can we expect that?
Well, I don't want to promise anything. We'll have some good scientific results, I think, in 2019. We won't have what they call break-even fusion then, but we'll have some very solid results predicting the heat loss rate. So we'll know a lot more in about a year.
Awesome.
Yes, for me, I'm very excited about two things. The first thing is really continue to work with the crowdsourced contributors to build like really diverse, globally diverse data set, right? That not a single company couldn't build by itself, but actually leveraging everyone who's passionate about, like representing their part of the world to create data set that we can open source to use by everyone. And then similarly for machine learning, since I do a lot of volunteering outside of work with social entrepreneurs across the world, I really want to see that ML is available for like nonprofits, to do sort of air quality models, or maybe like Pratham books. They do like using Translate to make books available for like 1,000 different languages and for mother tongue. So I think that's exciting. I'm looking forward to that.
Nice.
I think for me, there are two things I'm passionate about. One is healthcare and the other is education. And so healthcare, just this idea like you talked about, being able to use AI to do early disease detection, you have this incredible impact on one human being and on many human beings, and on families around them and things like that. And that I think could be really amazing. Education, I spent most of my time here at Google working on our education products, and the idea of imagining an environment where every student can learn in the way that they want to learn at their own pace, in their own style, and having AI help power that can be transformative. You can pull the potential and actually harness the potential of every single individual in a way that was never possible before.
I'm going to segue from that and say, again, one of the things that has been really inspiring to see with things like TensorFlow.js is that we have now professors at a number of universities who are building educational materials around this. And I feel like that's really important. I'm really excited about this because it not only lowers the barrier for entry in this technology, but it also, I think, starts to hit a much more diverse set of developers who are interested in using this technology for different things that we haven't even dreamt of yet. So I'm very excited about that. The other thing that I think is really good to see is how the conversation around machine learning has started to touch on things like ethics and fairness, and I think that's really important. I'm really happy that here at Google we think very deeply about these questions, and both from a research perspective, what are research things we can do to help address some of these problems, but also, policy, product-wise, design-wise, it's a broader conversation. So with that, I am going to thank our panel. Thank you so much. It's been so inspiring to hear not only your insights, but to have you share your experience, as I said, from many different parts of Google on this topic today with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I interested in AI?
Woo!
Me too. Me three. Okay, so I'm the moderator today. I'm Diane Green, and I'm running Google Cloud and on the Alphabet board. And I'm going to briefly introduce our really amazing guests we have here. I also live on this Stanford campus, so I've known one of our guests a long time because she's a neighbor. So let me just introduce them. First is Dr. Fei-Fei Li, and she is the chief scientist for Google Cloud. She also runs the AI lab at Stanford University, the Vision Lab, and then she also founded Sailors, which is now AI for All, which you'll hear about a little bit later. And is there anything you want to add to that, Fei-Fei?
I'm your neighbor.
That's the best. And so then the other, so now we have Greg Corrado, and actually there's one amazing coincidence. Both Fei-Fei and Greg were undergraduate physics majors at Princeton together at the same time. And didn't really know each other that well in the 18-person class.
We were studying too
No,
hard.
it was kind of surprising to go to undergrad together and then neither of us in computer science, and then rejoin later only once we were here at
All
Google.
paths lead to AI and neural networks and so forth. But anyhow, so Greg is a principal scientist in the Google Brain Group. He co-founded it. And more recently, he's been doing a lot of amazing work in health with neural networks and machine learning. He has a PhD in neuroscience from Stanford, and so he came into AI in a very interesting way. And maybe he'll talk about the similarities between the brain and what's going on in AI. Would you like to add anything else? Or?
No,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Okay. So I thought, since both of them have been involved in the AI field for a while, and it wasn't, it's recently become a really big deal, but it'd be nice to get a little perspective on the history, yours in vision and yours in neuroscience, about AI and how it was so natural for it to evolve to where it is now and what you're doing. Start with Fei-Fei.
I guess I'll start. So, first of all, AI is a very nascent field. In the history of science, of human civilization, this is a field of only 60 years of age. And it started with a very, very simple but fundamental quest, is can machines think? And we all know thinkers and thought leaders like Alan Turing challenged humanity with that question, can machines think? So about 60 years ago, a group of very pioneering scientists, computer scientists like Marvin Minsky, John McCarthy, started really this field. In fact, John McCarthy, who founded Stanford's AI lab, coined the very word artificial intelligence. So where do we begin to build machines that think? Humanity is best at looking inward and ourselves and try to draw inspiration from who we are. So we started thinking about building machines that resemble human thinking. And when you think about human intelligence, you start thinking about different aspects, the ability to reason, the ability to see, the ability to hear, to speak, to move around, make decisions, manipulate. So AI started from that very core foundational dream 60 years ago, started to proliferate as a field of multiple subfields, which includes robotics, computer vision, natural language processing, speech recognition. And then a very important development happened around the 80s and 90s, which is a sister field called machine learning, started to blossom. And that's a field combining statistical learning, statistics with computer science. And combining the quest of machine intelligence, which is what AI was born out of. With the tools and capabilities of machine learning, AI as a field went through an extremely fruitful, productive, blossoming period of time. And fast forward to the second decade of 21st century, the latest machine learning booming that we are observing is called deep learning, which has a deep root in neuroscience, which I'll let you talk about. And so combining deep learning as a powerful statistical machine learning tool with the quest of making machines more intelligent, whether it's to see or is it to hear or to speak, we're seeing this blossom. And last, I just want to say, 3 critical factors converged around the last decade, which is the 2000s and the beginning of 2010s, which are the 3 computing factors. One is the advance of hardware that enabled more powerful, capable computing. Second is the emergence of big data, powerful data that can drive the statistical learning algorithms. And I was lucky to be involved myself in some of the effort. And then the third one is the advances of machine learning and deep learning algorithms. So this convergence of 3 major factors brought us the AI boom that we're seeing today, and Google has been investing in all 3 areas. Honestly, earlier than the curve. Most of the effort started even in early 2000s. And as a company, we're doing a lot of AI work from research to products.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting to watch the divergence and exploration in various academic fields, and then the reconvergence as we see ideas that are aligned. So it wasn't, as Fei says, it wasn't so long ago that fields like cognitive science, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, even things that we don't talk about much more like cybernetics, were really all aligned in a single discipline. And then they've moved apart from each other and explored these ideas independently for a couple of decades. And then with the renaissance in artificial neural networks and deep learning, we're starting to see some reconvergence. So some of these ideas that were popular only in a small community for a couple of decades are now coming back into the mainstream of what artificial intelligence is, what statistical pattern recognition is, and has really been delightful to see. But it's not just one idea, it's actually multiple ideas that you see that were maintained for a long time in fields like cognitive science that are coming back into the fold. So another example beyond deep learning is actually reinforcement learning. So for the longest time, if you looked at a university catalog of courses and you were looking for any mention of reinforcement learning whatsoever, you were going to find it in a psychology department or a cognitive science department. But today, as we all know, we look at reinforcement learning as a new opportunity, as something that we actually look at for the future of AI, that it might be something that's important to get machines to really learn in completely dynamic environments, in environments where they have to explore entirely new stimuli. So I've been really excited to see how this convergence has happened back in the direction from those ideas into mainstream computer science. And I think that there's some hope for exchange back in the other direction. So neuroscientists and cognitive scientists today are starting to ask whether we can take the kind of computer vision models that Fei helped pioneer and use those as hypotheses for how it is that neural systems actually compute, how our own biological brains see. And I think that it's really exciting to see this kind of exchange between disciplines that have been separated for a little while.
You know, one little piece of history I think that's also interesting is what you did, Fei, with ImageNet, which is a nice way of explaining you know, building these neural networks where you labeled all these images and then people could refine their algorithms by, go ahead and explain that just real quickly.
Okay, sure. So about 10 years ago, that the whole community of computer vision, which is a subfield of AI, was working on a holy grail problem of object recognition, which is you open your eye, you can see the world full of objects like flowers, chairs, people, you know, and that's a building block of visual intelligence and intelligence in general. And to crack that problem, we were building as a field different machine learning models. We're making small progress, but we're hitting a lot of walls. And when my student and I started working in this problem and started thinking deeply about what is missing in the way we're approaching this problem, we recognize this important interplay between data and statistical machine learning models. They really reinforce each other in very deep mathematical ways that we're not going to talk about the details here. And that realization was also inspired by human vision. If you look at how children learn, it's a lot of learning through big data experiences and exploration. So combining that, we decided to put together a pretty epic effort of we wanted to label all the images we can get on the internet. And of course, we Google searched a lot. And we downloaded billions of images and used crowdsourcing technology to label all the images, organize them into a data set of 15 million images organized in 22,000 categories of objects, and put that together. And that's the ImageNet project. And we democratized it to the research world and released it open source. And then we, starting 2010, we held an international challenge for the whole AI community called ImageNet Challenge. And one of the teams from Toronto, which is now at Google, won the ImageNet Challenge with the deep learning convolutional neural network model, and that was year 2012. And a lot of people think the combination of ImageNet and the deep learning model in 2012 was the onset of what Greg
gave people a way to compare how they were doing.
Exactly.
And it was really good. So, yeah. And so, Greg, you've been doing a lot of brain-inspired research, very interesting research, and I know you've been doing a lot of very impactful research in the health area. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So, I mean, I think you know, the ImageNet example actually sort of sets a playbook for how we can try to approach a problem. The kind of machine learning and AI that is most practical and most useful today is ones where machines learn through imitation. It's an imitation game where if you have examples of a task being performed correctly, the machine can learn to imitate this. And this is called supervised learning. And so what happened in the image recognition case is that by Feifei building an object recognition data set, we could all focus on that problem in a really concrete and tractable way in order to compare different methods. And it turned out that methods like deep learning and artificial neural networks were able to do something really interesting in that space that previous machine learning and artificial intelligence methods had not, which was that they were able to go directly from the data to the predictions and break the problem up into many smaller steps without having being told exactly how to do that. So that's what we were doing before, is that we were trying to engineer features or cues, things that we could see in the stimuli that then we would do a little bit of statistical learning on to figure out how to combine these signals. But with artificial neural networks and deep learning, we're actually learning to do those things all together. And this applies not only to computer vision, but it applies to most things that you could imagine a machine imitating. And so the kinds of things that we've done, like with Google Smart Reply and now Smart Compose, we're taking that same approach, that if you have a lot of text data, which it turns out the internet is full of, what you can actually do is you can look at the sequence of words so far in a conversation or in an email exchange and try to guess what comes next.
You know, I'm going to interrupt here a little bit and get a little more provocative here.
All right.
So you're talking about, neural-inspired machine learning and so forth. And this artificial intelligence is kind of bringing into question, what are we humans? And then there's this thing out there called AGI, artificial general intelligence. What do you think's going on here? Are we getting to AGI?
I really don't think so. There's a variety of opinions in the community, but my feeling is that, okay, we've finally gotten artificial neural networks to be able to recognize photos of cats, right? That's really great. We also, it's now can...
Fei, was that AGI when we recognized a cat?
No, that's not enough
Yeah.
to define AGI.
So the kind of thing that's working well right now is this sort of pattern recognition, this immediate response where we're able to recognize something kind of reflexively. And we now have, I believe, machines can do pattern recognition every bit as well as humans can. And that's why they can recognize objects in photos, that's why they can do speech recognition, and that's why they can win at a game like Go. But that is only one small sliver, a tiny sliver, of what goes into something like intelligence. Notions of memory and planning and strategy and contingencies, even emotional intelligence. These are things that we haven't even scratched the surface. And so to me, I feel like it's really a leap too far to imagine that having finally cracked pattern recognition after some decades of trying, that we are therefore on the verge of cracking all of these other problems that go into what constitutes general intelligence.
Although we have gone way faster than either of you ever expected us to go, I believe.
Yes and no. Humanity has a tendency to overestimate short-term progress and underestimate long-term progress. So eventually we will be achieving things that we cannot dream of. But Diane and Greg, I want to just give a simple example to define AGI. So the definition of AGI, again, is an introspective definition of what humans and human intelligence can do. I have a 2-year-old daughter who doesn't like napping. And I thought I'm smart enough to scheme to put her in a very complicated sleeping bag that doesn't get herself out of the crib. And just a couple of months ago, I was on the monitor watching this kid, 2-year-old, where for the first time, I was training her for napping by herself. She was very angry. So she looked around, figured out a weak spot on the crib where she might be able to climb out, figured out how to unzip her complicated sleeping bag that I thought I schemed to do really, to prevent that, and figured out a way to climb out of a crib that's way taller than who she is, and managed to escape safely and without breaking her legs.
Okay, how about AGI equivalent to my cat or equivalent to a mouse?
If you're shifting the definition, sure.
I see, okay.
But even cat, I think there are things that the cat is capable of doing.
So I do think that if you look at an organism like a cat from a behavioral level, like how cats behave and how they respond to their environments, I think that you could imagine a world where you have something like a toy that is for entertainment purposes that approximates a cat in a bunch of ways, in that the sorts of behaviors that the human observe, you're like, oh, it walks around, it doesn't bump into things, it meows at me every once in a while. I do believe that we can build a system like that. But what you can't do is you can't take that robot and then, dump it in the forest and have it figure out what it needs to do in order to survive and make things work.
But it's a goal. It's a healthy goal.
It's a healthy goal. And along the way, like you both, at least we all three agree that AI's capacity to help us solve all our big problems is going to outweigh any kind of negative, and we're pretty excited about that, I guess. Like in cloud, you're kind of doing some cool things with AutoML and so forth.
Yeah, so we talk a lot, Diane, about the belief of building benevolent technology for human use, right? Our technology reflects our values. So I personally, and I know Greg's whole team is working on bringing AI to people and to the fields that really need it to make a positive difference. So at Cloud, we're very lucky to be working with customers and partners from all kinds of vertical industries, from healthcare, where we collaborate, to agriculture, to sustainability, to entertainment, to retail, to commerce, to finance, where our customers bring some of the toughest problems and their pain points, and we can work with them hand in hand to solve some of that. So for example, recently we rolled out AutoML, and that is the recognition of the pain of entering machine learning. It's still a highly technical field. The bar is still high. Not enough people are trained experts in the world of machine learning. But yet, our industry already has so much need to, tag pictures, understand imageries, just as an example in vision. So how do we answer that call of need? So we've worked hard and thought about this suite of product called AutoML, where the customer, we lower the entry barrier by relieving them from coding machine learning custom models themselves. All they have to do is to give us provide the kind of data and concept they need. Here's an example of a ramen company in Tokyo that has many shops of ramens, and they want to build an app that recognizes the ramens from different ramen stores. And they give us the pictures of ramens and the concepts of their store 1, store 2, store 3. And what we do is to use a technique, a machine learning technique that Google and many others have developed called learning to learn, and then build a customized model for the customer that recognize ramens for their different stores. And then the customer can take that model to do what they want.
I can write a little C++, maybe some JavaScript. Could I do AutoML?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're working with teams that they don't have not even C++ experience, and we have a drag and drop interface, and you can use AutoML that way.
Because I really believe that there are so many problems that can be solved using this technique that it's critical that we share as much as possible about how these things work. I don't believe that these technologies should live in walled gardens, but instead we should develop tools that can be used by everyone in the community, and that's part of why we have a very aggressive open source stance to our software packages, particularly in AI. And that includes things like TensorFlow that are available completely freely, and it includes the kinds of services that are available on cloud to do the kind of compute, storage, and model tuning and serving that you need to use these things in practice. And I think it's amazing that the same tools that my applied machine learning team uses to tackle problems that we're interested in, those same tools are accessible to all of you as well to try to solve the same problems in the same way. And I've been really excited with how much how great the uptake is and how we're seeing expanding to other languages. Mentioning JavaScript, quick plug for TensorFlow.js is actually really awesome.
Yep. Oh, and you should probably run it on a TPU.
Yes, exactly.
It does give a nice boost, but so you're building. I mean, with machine learning, we're bringing it to market in so many ways because we have the tools to build your own models, the TensorFlow, we have the AutoML that brings it to any programmer. And then what's going on with all the APIs and how is that going to affect every industry and what do you see going on there?
So cloud already has a suite of APIs for a lot of our industry partners and customers, from translate to speech to vision to...
which are based on models that we built.
Yes,
yeah.
For example, Box is a major partner with Google Cloud, where they recognize a tremendous need for organizing customers' imagery data to help customers. So they actually use Google's Vision API to do that. And that's a model easily delivered to our customers through our service.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, Greg, how do you think that's going to play out in the health industry? I know you've been thinking about that.
Yeah. So healthcare is one of the problems that a bunch of people are working on at Google and a lot of people are working on outside as well, because I think there's a huge opportunity to use these technologies to expand the availability and the accuracy of healthcare. And part of that is because doctors today are basically trying to weather an information hurricane in order to provide care. And so I think there are thousands of individual opportunities to make doctors' work more fluid, to build tools to solve problems that they want solved, and to do things that help patients and improve patient care.
I mean, I think you were telling me that so many doctors are so unhappy because they have so much drudgery to do. Is this a big breakthrough?
Yeah,
or?
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that there's been a great, when you go to a doctor, you're looking for medical attention, right? And right now, a huge amount of their attention is not actually focused on the practice of medicine, but is focused on a whole bunch of other work that they have to do that doesn't require the kind of insights and care and connection the real practice of medicine does. And so I believe that machine learning and AI is going to come into healthcare through assistive technologies that help the doctors do what they want to do better.
By understanding what they do and assist them. No substitute for the human.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No substitute.
Speaking of human, Fei-Fei, do you want to talk a little bit about why you think this humanistic AI approach is so critical?
Yeah, thank you. So if we look at the history of AI, we've entered phase 2. The first 60 years is AI as more or less a niche technical field where we're still laying down scientific foundations. But starting this point on, AI is one of the biggest drivers of societal changes to come. So how do we think about AI in its next phase? What is the frame of mind that should be driving us? Has been on top of my mind. And I think deeply about the need for human-centered AI, which, in my opinion, includes 3 elements to complete the human-centered AI thinking. The first element is really advancing AI to the next stage. And here we bring our collective background from neuroscience, cognitive science. You know, whether we're getting to AGI tomorrow or in 50 years, there's a need for AI to be a lot more flexible, nuanced, learn faster in more unsupervised, semi-supervised, one-shot learning ways, to be able to understand emotion, to be able to communicate with humans. So that is the more human-centered way of advancing AI science. The second part is the human-centered AI technology and application, is that I love what you're saying, that there's no substitute for humans. This technology, like all technology, is to enhance humans, to augment humans, not to replace humans. We'll replace certain tasks. We'll replace humans out of danger or tasks that we cannot perform. But the bottom line is we can use AI to help our doctors, to help our disaster relief workers, to help decision makers. So there is a lot of technology in robotics, in design, in natural language processing that is centered around human-centered AI technology and application. The third element of human-centered AI is really to combine the thinking of AI as a technology as well as the societal impact. We are so nascent in seeing the impact of this technology, but already, like Diane said, that we are seeing the impact in different ways, ways that we might not even predict. So I think it's really important, and it's a responsibility of everyone, from academia to industry to government, to bring social scientists, philosophers, law scholars, policymakers, ethicists, and historians at the table, and to study more deeply about AI's social and humanistic impact. And that is the 3 elements of human-centered AI.
That's pretty wonderful, and I think we at Google here, Alphabet, are working as hard as we can to do humanistic AI. You know, you mentioned you know, what we need to be careful about out there with AI and regulatory. What are some of the barriers to, you know, I think every company in the world has a use for AI in many, many ways. I mean, it's just exploding in all the verticals. But there are some impediments to adoption. For example, in the financial industry, they need to have something called explainable AI. And could you just talk about some of the different barriers you see to being able to take advantage of AI?
We should start with healthcare.
Yeah, so I think that there are a bunch of really important things to consider. So one of the things is, of course, we want to have machine learning systems that are designed to fit the needs of the folks that are using them and applying them. And that can often include not just giving me the answer, but telling me something about how that was derived. So some kind of explainability. So in the healthcare space, for example, we've been working on a bunch of things in medical imaging, and it's not acceptable to just tell the doctor that, oh, you know, something looks fishy in this x-ray or this pathology slide or this retinal scan. You have to tell them, you know, well, what do you think is wrong? But more importantly, you actually have to show them where in the image you think the evidence for that conclusion lies, so that they can then look at it and decide whether they concur or they disagree, or, oh, well, there's a speck of dust there and that's what the machine is picking up on. And the good news is that these things actually are possible. And I think there's kind of been this unfortunate mythology that AI and deep learning in particular is a black box, and it really isn't. We didn't study how it worked because for a long time it really didn't work that well. But now that it's working well, there are a lot of tools and techniques that go into examining how these systems work, and I think explainability is a big part of it in terms of making these things available for a bunch of applications.
So in addition to explainability, I would add bias. I think bias is an issue we need to address in AI, and I see bias from where I sit, 2 major kind of bias we need to address. One is the pipeline of AI development, starting from the bias of the data to the outcome of the bias. And we have heard a lot about if the machine learning algorithm is fed with data that does not represent the problem domain in a fair way, we will introduce bias. Whether it's missing a group of people's data or biasing it to a skewed distribution, these are things that would have deep consequences, whether you're in the healthcare domain or finance or legal decision making. So I think that is a huge issue. Very nicely that Google is already addressing that. We have a whole team at Google working on bias in this.
That's true.
And another bias I think it's important is the people who are developing AI. It's the human bias. And and the lack of diversity is also another
It's
bias.
so important, and that kind of brings me to maybe we're getting close to the end, but if you, where is AI going? I mean, how prevalent is it going to be? I mean, we look at our universities and these machine learning classes have 800 people, 900 people. You know, there's such a demand. Every computer science graduate wants to know it. Where is it going? I mean, will every high school graduating senior be able to customize AI to their own purposes? And how will, what does it look like 5, 10 years from now?
So from a technology point of view, I think that because of the tremendous investment in resource, both in the private sector as well as in the public sector now, many countries are waking up to invest in AI. We're gonna see a huge continued development of AI technology. I'm mostly excited either at Cloud or seeing what Greg's team is doing, AI being delivered to the industries that really matter to people's lives and work quality and productivity. But Diane, I think you're also asking is, how are we educating more people in AI, right? So
both making it easier to use and educating them, and what's it going to look like? What do you predict?
So, that's a really tough question because at the core of today's AI is still calculus, and that's not going to change.
So I think that from the tech industry perspective or from the computer science education perspective, I think that we're going to see AI and ML become as essential as networking is, right? Like, no one really thinks about, oh, well, I'm going to write some software and it's going to be standalone on a box and it's not going to have a TCP/IP connection, right? Like, we all know that you're going to have a TCP/IP connection at the end of the day somewhere, and everyone understands the basics of the networking stack, and that's not just at the the level of engineers, that's at the level of designers, of executives, of product developers and leaders. And the same thing I think is going to happen with machine learning and AI, which is that designers are going to start to understand, how can I make a completely revolutionary kind of product that folds in machine learning the same way that we fold in networking and internet technologies into almost everything we build. So I think we're going to see tremendous uptake and it becoming kind of a pervasive background part of the technologies. But I think that in that process, the ways that we use AI are going to evolve. So I think right now, you're seeing a lot of things where AI and machine learning adds some spice, some extra little coolness on a feature. And I think that what you're going to see over the next decade is you're going to see more of a core integration into what it means for the product to actually work. And I think that one of the great opportunities there is actually going to be the development of artificial emotional intelligence that allows products to actually have much more natural and much more fluid human interaction. We're beginning to see that in the assistant now with speech recognition, speech synthesis, understanding dialogues and exchanges. But I think that this is still in its infancy. We're going to get to a point where the products that we build, they interact with humans in the way that the humans find most useful, just out of the box.
And I spend a lot of time with high schoolers because I really believe in the future. You know, we always talk about AI changing the world, and I always say the question is, who is changing AI? And to me, bringing more human mission thinking into technology development and thought leadership is really important. Not only important for the future of our technology and the value we instill in our technology, but also in bringing the diverse group of students and future leaders into the development of AI. So, you know, at Stanford and Google, we all work a lot on this issue, and personally, I'm very involved with AI for All, which is a nonprofit that educates high schoolers around the country from diverse background, whether they're girls or students of underrepresented minority groups, and we bring them onto AI, onto campus, university campus, and work with them on AI thinking and AI studies.
And at Google, we're just completely committed to bringing all our best technologies to everybody in the world, and we're doing that through the cloud, and we're bringing these tools, we're bringing these APIs, and the training, and the partnering, and the processors, and we're pretty excited to see what all you guys are going to do with it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
This is IO Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm at the Community Lounge. This is where anybody can swing by, meet up with old friends, or make new ones. I'm going to go find some certification alumni to talk to them about the program. Hey, Marga. Hi, everyone. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you? Awesome. Really great.
I'm sitting here with Henry, Ashesh, and Somya, and they're all alumni in the certification program. I'd like to ask you just a few things about the program, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Let's start with, how did you get involved? Like, what made you want to get certified?
So, actually, before in Indonesia, they have like a scholarship. So they give out the 500 scholarship for the people to take with the Udacity and certifications. And I registered on that one, and I got it. And then after that, I tried the certifications, and yeah.
So your path was some scholarships to certification?
Yes.
Ashesh?
Okay, so if you see the reason I went for the certification, in our professional life, we strive for a few things. One of them is to prove the worth to ourselves, and second is to prove our worth to others. So to proving worth to ourselves, we go for a benchmark, right? We try to achieve it. So for me, that certification was a benchmark, a milestone achieved. And once I've achieved that, there's only one way, that is to go for something higher, right? So this was one reason to prove myself the worth, so that I can, go for more higher things. So certification was a commitment to me, to myself, to go for in search of more knowledge. And second thing is to prove worth to others. So if you see, when you go for the job, there are various phases. There are interviews, there are tests and everything. But the first phase is always the qualification. What degrees do you hold? What certifications do you hold? If you don't cross that door, there's no point. I mean, you might be a very good programmer or something, but to have a certification, you always have a key to open a door. So that was the other thing which I went certification for. So in short, to gain confidence and to be job ready. Right?
Thank you. And Soumya?
So I've been working on Android since 2010. What pushed me to do the certification was probably that, like Ashish said, there's a benchmark or there's a standard with a certification. And after working for so long in Android, worked on various kinds of applications, how do you differentiate yourself from the others?
Thank you. Can you each tell me one thing that has been helpful in your career because of certification?
Sure. So actually, in my current organization, we now have a team of about 20 mobile developers, mobile team more or less. And what I noticed was we had the support of the management for conducting various certifications and things like that. But when we did the certification, and I told my team that, see, I did this and it was cool, and it gave a validation to the team also that how we are doing this. And after that, very quickly, we have almost 10 team members now who are certified already. So that was a big boost, energizer to them too, from a team lead to the rest of the team saying that, oh, you should do this. And then that has worked out very positively for them.
I work for Paradise Publishers saying we're into ebook publishing. So we provide a platform to indie authors. For that, we have an app, Android app. So the thing is that we had outsourced it to some other company. So when we outsource something, we have to engage our resources. And not being a large company, this could be a problem, right? So we had to talk to them about exposing our internal APIs, and then our boss had to sit with them. So this was the one thing which motivated. When I was getting into Android, that point of time, I thought, okay, I will try to make the Android app in-house for my company. But the certification was not there, so I was also a little hesitant to ask my boss that to give this job to me, because the app matters as such financially. Once I got the certification and I told my boss, he was very happy about it, and of course he was quite confident. So till now I have developed 2 Android apps for my company that is in-house. So we have more control over the app, especially since I'm working already, I know the back end and everything. And our consumers also get a more robust and something more user-friendly app. So this certification has helped me to gain the confidence with my boss and to move my career in Android app development.
Before I took the certifications, it's like whenever I apply to a company, I always choose the Android developer job. And then they always give me the interview for iOS developer job. So and then I try the certifications, and then after I get certified, it's naturally it just knocked them to their senses that, okay, I'm certified by Google. So then they give me more chance. They give me chance for interview, for the test.
Yeah.
Otherwise, before it, no one. They just give me the test for iOS.
Thank you all so much for sharing your story with me today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
If you'd like to learn more about certification, head on over to g.co/dev/certification. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Having a technical background or having technical knowledge, do you think that it can help make the creative process burgeon and grow, or do you think it can hinder the creative process?
It can go both ways, but I've definitely found myself early in my career kind of noticing that, I've started thinking about how to actually implement a design, and that sometimes hindered my design process because I was thinking so much of how to actually make the solution happen.
That's quite a challenging thing. So how did you manage to break through so it's not stopping you, but maybe enhancing the stuff that you actually do?
I think one of the things that I always struggled with is that from a visual standpoint, I'm not a super talented visual designer. I've seen some amazing visual designers that I'm just like, oh my goodness, that is really, really slick, and I love that, and that's not my strength. And so I was came back more from the coding perspective, being able to actually implement some stuff in code, which they couldn't. But there was this deciding factor of realizing, am I more of a designer or more of a developer? I'm not necessarily that great at the graphics, but there's still so many other ways of design that can kind of spread in. So really doing some research and finding more about UX design and realizing that is really kind of what I wanted to focus on is kind of what led me to that. So it definitely was this kind of process of navigating through it. It's like, where do I fit? Am I a designer? Am I a developer? From the first projects that I started doing, a lot of the time I did a lot of websites, and when people come to you, they go, hey, we need a website built. They don't necessarily say, hey, we need a front-end developer to come do this, especially if you're working with smaller businesses and clients. So you do take on the designer and developer hat to kind of make that happen.
A lot of developers are very afraid to learn about design. It's like, because I get question like, if I was to write an article, the perfect article for the developers would be how to learn to design, or how do you which makes no sense to me, because learning to design doesn't really mean anything. It's just like, what part of design, what discipline of design. But there's still that question of, okay, what is the first step that someone who wants to really, as someone who's gone through this process yourself, what was your first step to say, okay, that's it, I'm becoming a designer?
Right. I think, following a lot of design patterns, at that time I didn't really understand that they were called design patterns, right? You implement them in the sites doing a lot of web work. You kind of take on, okay, the navigation menu, where does that live? And you're following a lot of the patterns that have already been created. And so you kind of learn to explore through that, and then, testing out the site and realizing, oh, this doesn't feel right, like something's off. Let's work on how to make this better. But I think one of the great things that can really help designer or developers wanting to go into design is looking at a lot of like the material spec guidelines are actually really, really helpful, because not only does it actually tell you, hey, here's some guidelines of what to follow, but it actually does a really good job of explaining why you're doing that certain thing.
And the rationale and logic.
And yeah, exactly. So that actually is really helpful, because then you're able to understand, why was this created? Like, what was the thought process behind adding potentially a bottom navigation, or why would you have a side nav? It's really getting to kind of explaining that, so you're able to learn from actually interacting with something and seeing how they're doing it, but also finding out why they decided to do that. Because I think so much of design is it's problem solving, right? Yeah. So many people forget that when they think of design, they think of the finished product. But there's so many different stages of how you got to that finished product. And so a lot of it, being able to understand how someone was thinking through that really, really helps you, from a development perspective, get into that design field of understanding, oh, okay, how do I get from thinking of how do I develop this versus how do I even arrive to the solution? I think that's kind of the big difference there. As developers, you have something that's already designed for you for the most part. I mean, some people get handed things. Some people get handed an iOS mock and said, hey, make this into Android. So then at that time, you kind of become an Android designer in that aspect.
What do you think is like the biggest thing that stops developers really understanding design?
One of the things that we do at Google is we do design sprints. So the design sprints are really great because it brings people from all the different disciplines and specialties together to work into solving a challenge that we have. So you have product managers, engineers, designers, researchers, everyone in the room together and kind of thinking and working through a problem, which is really fantastic because you get all these different ideas. And one of the things that I really notice is as we're bringing in designers, and engineers and all these people together, is when we're walking through the challenge, the engineers are already thinking of the solution and already thinking about how to implement it. They go straight to that, which makes sense. That is their role, right? As engineers, usually you are given something and you have to go, oh, how do I make this happen? Thinking through problem solving, how to actually get to that solution. Whereas designers, we don't know what the solution necessarily is. So I think a lot of the blockers is automatically wanting to know the answer instead of being more aware and being okay with saying, I don't know the answer to that, but let's explore it together.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest hindrance that can really stop developers into getting into design, is wanting to have all the answers. It's okay not to have them.
I mean, and what do you think developers can actually do to get past that? I mean, because I find, like, for me, it's always sketching and just experimenting. Right. So I suppose it's how does the developer maintain that kind of playful space where they're not thinking, right, here's the library we're going to use to do like a whatever widget or a fab or whatever, but what can they actually do that allows them to not thinking about like the end result or breaking from that cycle?
Yeah, you actually bring up a great point with sketching. That's probably one of my favorite exercises when I'm working with different people to get them thinking of solutions. So it's particularly if you're developing an app or so, is, hey, let's get some sketches out there, get a Sharpie, and just start sketching out through some ideas. Because that really, that doesn't, you can really get some ideas on paper and not be married to them, and not feel like really connected because you spent all this time developing the solution and realizing, oh, it doesn't really work. And so if you start really low fidelity with some sketches, that can really open up your mind in terms of thinking about different solutions, because as you're sketching through it, you're realizing, oh, like maybe I want to use this fab button or something, or everyone loves fab, right? So you want to incorporate it somewhere, and then you realize, maybe that's not the right thing to do, and I haven't spent all this energy developing or even designing this, so then I can kind of toss that and move on and create a different solution. So sketching, I think, is a great resource instead of people go straight. A lot of people like to prototype in the code, but I usually like to challenge people and go, hey, start sketching some ideas, and then once you've landed on something that you think you want to explore some more, then dive into code or dive into Sketch or whatever you're using.
So I suppose for the engineer to really understand design is almost like, okay, just start sketching first, and start thinking about the thing you're going to build and the possibilities rather than straight to the end solution.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming. It is so exciting to see you here. My name is Tanya Gupta, and I am a product manager on the Google Assistant, focusing on natural language understanding and discovery of third-party actions.
And this is Dina El-Haddad. I'm also a product manager on the Assistant team, and I lead discovery and engagement.
We're here today to talk to you about how to make your action more discoverable and build a strong and consistent user base.
These stats shouldn't be a surprise to you at this point. The Assistant is a large and ever-growing ecosystem. We have over 1 million actions across more than 500 million devices in more than 25 locales. Now the question is, how can you stand out? How can you get a share of that user base?
Many of you may recognize this and see the similarity to a marketing funnel. And a lot of building a user base is creating a brand that users recognize immediately. We've broken this funnel into 3 stages. The first and biggest stage is all about creating awareness for your action so that users know that it exists and what they can use it for. Once they know about your action, the second stage is all about creating an engaging experience so that users are immediately hooked. And the last stage is about retaining users so they come back day after day, week after week, year after year. For all 3 of these stages, we'll talk about different techniques and different tools that you can use to improve your action. So let's jump right in and talk about some of the ways that you can build awareness around your action and make it more discoverable to users.
There are various discovery opportunities in Google Assistant, starting from the Assistant directory to in-conversation suggestions to in-app discovery to built-in intents. You can even ask Google Assistant, what can you do? And it will respond back with relevant actions to try. Now let's jump and focus on the Assistant directory, also known as Explore. Explore is a one-stop shop for all Assistant actions. It's available on web at assistant.google.com/explore and in the Assistant app on both Android and iOS. The directory is interesting because we see that more than 30% of our third-party actions being discovered and used directly from there. So now let's walk through the different user flows that are supported in Explore and how you can optimize each of them. One of the primary use cases for Explore is browsing. When we designed the landing page for Explore, we made sure that the most relevant and personal recommendations are shown at the top of the page, with less relevant recommendations shown as you scroll down. At a high level, there are 3 key areas to highlight in the landing page. First, we have contextual suggestions. These are relevant recommendations based on the user's context, such as time and location. For example, I can see here that for my morning, I can play my favorite playlist or listen to my daily brief. Next comes dynamic categories. To date, we have 4 of these. What's new, which highlights new high-quality actions. What's popular, which highlights overall popular actions. What's trending, which highlights newly popular actions. And you might like, which recommends action that the user may like based on their history with Assistant. We have also just launched editorial picks. This is a new feature highlighting high-quality and seasonal actions through visual campaigns. An interesting fact about the landing page is that we see that actions that get promoted in that page, specifically in dynamic categories, are 10 times more likely to be used on that day. If you ask me, how can I ensure that my action gets featured in the landing page? I would say that the main ingredient here is quality. And quality can mean a variety of things. It means solid ratings, positive reviews, steady health signals, among other things. The second use case that Explore supports is categorical browsing and search. Here, we're trying to expose the user to the variety of actions available within a category of interest, while also allowing the user to easily find their favorite actions through a quick search. Let's say, for example, I'm interested in food and drink. By going to that category, I can see all the relevant actions grouped by helpful subcategories. For example, I can see here that I can order food from Dunkin' Donuts and Domino's Pizza, whereas I can find recipes from Food Network. As for search and autocomplete, the idea is to expose the user to the variety of capabilities supported by an action of interest, while also providing predictive suggestions to the user based on their search key term. Now, if you want to make sure that your action is showing in the right category and is being surfaced for the right search key terms, you want to ensure that your display name, your description, and sample invocations are reflective of what your action does and actually include useful keywords. Finally, and most importantly, let's move to the action page. The action page is a welcome mat to your action. It should reflect your brand, and it should invite the user to try your action out. At a glance, the action page consists of two main sections. The top section should provide the user with a quick summary of what your action does. Through your imagery, description, and sample invocation, the user should get an idea about your action before trying it out. The second section covers more details. The user here can see your ratings and our newly launched reviews. This allows the user to assess the quality of your action before giving it a try. Now that we've walked through the main user flows in Explore, how can you optimize your page and really shine in the directory? Let's go through an example. I'm a French bulldog lover, and I wanted to publish an action about French bulldogs. On the left, I chose a short and concise name, French Bulldog Trivia. It explains exactly what my action does, and it fits nicely on the screen. On the right, I picked a long display name that got cut off, and I also used redundant keywords, such as the best. On the left, for my imagery, I created graphics based on my dogs. They're iconic, and they look great on a large screen. On the right, I used a distorted picture of my dogs. Though undeniably cute, it doesn't look great on a large screen, and it doesn't reflect well on my brand. For my description, on the left, I wrote a short and glanceable description, but I made sure that all the important keywords to me are there. Keywords such as Frenchies, French bulldog lovers, dogs, and facts. This is great, as it would potentially allow my action to be surfaced for these search key terms. On the right, I had a long description that got trimmed, and I didn't use any useful keywords. Finally, for my sample invocations, on the left, I maximized the number of sample invocations on the screen. I also made sure that they were descriptive. Instead of just limiting myself to talk to French Bulldog Trivia, I used more descriptive sample invocations, such as ask French Bulldog Trivia about grooming. So, in summary, if you want your action page to really shine in the directory, you want to do these four things. You want to have a short and unique display name. You want to have a descriptive yet glanceable description. You want to have 5 sample invocations that are descriptive, and you want to use high-quality graphics. As mentioned, you're encouraged to use relevant keywords to your action, but don't overdo it, and definitely don't include keywords that are not relevant to your action. Otherwise, you may be penalized. Now, let's switch gears a bit and talk about in-conversation discovery through built-in intents.
So another important aspect to building awareness is to surface your action when it's most relevant to the user. One such opportunity is when the user is interacting directly with the assistant. But natural language understanding is hard. In addition to the multitudes of languages, there's dialects, there's slang, and there's cultural variations that increase the number of ways that a user can express the same thing. So let's take an example of some of the ways that a user can express that they're stressed out and they want to calm down. These examples here are just some of the ways users would say it in American English. It doesn't include other variations of English, such as British English or Indian English. Then when you start thinking about other languages, you could imagine just how long this list would be. Well, I work with a team of expert linguists to define intents that capture all of these natural language variations into one definition. As Brad mentioned in the developer's keynote, these built-in intents are a common taxonomy to describe actions across Google surfaces. As a developer, you can integrate your action with the relevant built-in intents, and this allows Google to handle the natural language understanding and the semantic parsing for you. Google will extract the relevant parts of the queries and pass it to your action in a structured format. So let's take a few of these queries and see what they look like as a built-in intent. On the right here, you can see that we've defined the intent and called it Start Calming Activity. We've also identified 3 arguments. The first is the activity the user wants to partake in. Second is how long they want to partake in that activity. And third is the reason why they're stressed out. On the left, you can see how we've mapped the queries to the built-in intent. So in that second example, we've extracted breathing exercises and mapped it to the calming activity. And we've extracted the My Interview, and that became the stressor. Built-in intents make it so that developers don't need to worry about the natural language variations. You just need to make sure that you can fulfill all of the arguments specified by the built-in intent. Another benefit to built-in intents is that it gives Google information about the type of queries that your action can handle and how good it is in responding to those queries. Google can then use that info to apply AI and surface your action when it's most relevant to the user. On the screen here, you see some explorations on how built-in intents can be used to make actions more discoverable. So for example, on the left there, the user has asked to check their Leo horoscope and is presented with 4 high-quality actions that Google is confident can fulfill that request. Built-in intents are not just limited to the assistant. In previous sessions, you may have heard about app actions and how it is also built on built-in intents. What that means is that when you integrate your action with a built-in intent, not only are you creating opportunities for discovery inside the assistant, but across a variety of Google surfaces, such as Google Play and Google Search. So now I know all of you are itching to find out how to integrate with a built-in intent. So let's do a quick demo. Can we switch to the laptop, please? So here you can see that we've signed into Dialogflow, and I've already selected my action here called Breathing Buddha. I have a series of intents that I've already defined, and to integrate with a built-in intent, I can create a new intent. Let's call this intent demo. Inside of the events section, I can see all of the built-in intents that are available for me to integrate with. Given that my action is about meditating and breathing exercises, I think Start Calming Activity probably makes the most sense. So here, I can see a few example queries that would map to this built-in intent, as well as all of the arguments. Now, the proper way to fulfill this intent would be to create a webhook where I could parse the argument values and respond to the user accordingly. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to create a simple response here. I can save my intent and try it out in the simulator. Now, as usual, I could choose to speak directly to my action, but let's try one of the queries that I know maps to this built-in intent. All right, as you can see here, I'm presented with a list of 4 actions that I can use to meditate for 1 hour. Let's switch over to the phone and try it on the real assistant. I want to meditate for 1 hour.
All right, which one would you like to try?
And again, you can see the same actions with my action being the first one there. Let's switch back to the slides, please. We are excited to announce built-in intents as part of Google I/O. These are just some of the intents that we're working on this year, and the ones with the stars next to them are already available as a developer's preview. So I encourage all of you to sign into Dialogflow, try them out, familiarize yourselves with them, and see how they can fit into your action. So with that, we've talked about 2 different ways that you can build awareness for your action. First, by optimizing the assistant directory page, and second, by integrating with built-in intents. Now that your action is discoverable, let's jump to the next stage, which focuses on creating an engaging experience so that users are immediately hooked.
In the Assistant team, we assess our product through the lens of critical user journeys. We built Google Assistant to help our users throughout their day, but based on our research and from analyzing our usage behavior, we have seen that we truly offer values in 3 key moments: in the morning, during the commute, and in the evening. In the morning, we help our users from the minute they get out of bed till they head out of the door. From setting alarms, to checking the weather, to listening to the news, the assistant is always there. Next comes the commute journey. Imagine you are driving to work and you have a million things on your mind. The assistant can make that time productive. It could help you with navigation, listening to your favorite podcasts, or even rescheduling your next meeting. Finally comes the evening journey, the time to de-stress. The assistant is still there for you. It could help you with things like control your smart home devices, play relaxing music, or help you cook a meal. Now, as a developer, whether you focus on morning productivity, media on the go, or smart home, by focusing on one of these critical user journeys, you'll be optimizing for moments where we truly believe we can offer assistance to our users. This will automatically lead to higher engagement and will potentially lead to more organic discovery opportunities. Another key source for engagement is our newly launched Action Links. Action Links are hyperlinks that point directly to your action. They make your action discoverable from any platform or surface. They allow users to engage directly with your action irrespective of how they found this link, whether on a website, in a social media campaign, or even on a billboard. I am personally considering having a billboard for my action. Isn't it awesome? On the assistant side, we're going to promote these links everywhere. You're going to start seeing these links on your action page in the directory. This will allow users to try your action easily and engage with you directly. If they had a good experience, they're also going to be able to share it with their friends. Supporting action links is very easy. All you need to do is go to the Actions console. Over there, you can publish a URL for your action and choose a title for your link. Once you do that, you will instantly get a link that you can start sharing. Once you have a published link, you're encouraged to promote it everywhere. You might have seen this in the developer's keynote, but Headspace has built some great experiences on Google Assistant, helping users meditate. They also happen to have a really engaged social following. Now, every time they have a new update, since they have an action link, they can direct their users directly to that update. They can do so through a blog post like they have done so on Tuesday, or through a quick tweet. So just to recap, so far we have talked about awareness through the Assistant directory and built-in intents, engagement through critical user journeys and action links, Now let's move to the last piece of the funnel, retention.
Retention is all about creating a loyal base of users that derive value from your action. Not only do these users bring consistent traffic, but they also eventually become your evangelists, and they feed the funnel by creating awareness for your action. So, how do you go about building these loyal users? The best way is a lot of what Dina talked about by creating a high-quality action with dynamic and unique content that users find meaningful. Once you're confident that your action does this, there are a few tools that you can leverage to re-engage and maintain a relationship with the user. The first feature allows you to send an update on a daily basis to the user at a time specified by them. Let me give you a personal example of how I like to use this feature. Every day at 2 p.m., I like to grab a coffee and just escape from work for a few minutes and de-stress. I'm also an avid story reader, and reading stories really relaxes me. So I set up this feature so that every day, as I'm getting my coffee, I receive an update with a story to read. Another feature that helps with re-engaging users is the push notifications feature. As the name denotes, this feature allows you to push a notification to the user whenever your action deems it appropriate. Let's say, for example, your action tracks cryptocurrency prices, and there's a fluctuation in the price. Your action can automatically push an update to the user so that the user can take the appropriate response. Both of these features can be enabled for your action inside of the Actions on Google console. Once you've enabled it, you can start prompting users to see if they'd like to receive these updates or these notifications from your action. The last tool that I want to talk about builds on the key user journeys that Dina talked about as part of the engagement section. We really believe that these are some of the best times that the assistant can provide the most benefit to the user. For this reason, we built the Routines Assistance feature, which allows the user to customize the information that they receive when they trigger a routine. So for example, when I say, "Hey Google, good morning," I've customized my phone to take itself off of silent, to tell me about my commute, the weather, as well as my first meeting, and then kick it into my favorite music. As a developer, you can also enable your action to be incorporated as part of a routine. Following the same model as the daily updates, once you've enabled this for your action, you can start prompting users to see if they'd like to incorporate it as part of one of their routines. After the user does so, the next time they trigger a routine, your action will automatically get called. Another important aspect to retaining users is to make sure that users can have a smooth and free-flowing conversation with your action. Have you ever had that situation where you walked up to someone and you asked them a question and they just didn't get it? So you rephrased it a little bit, hoping that they'd be able to understand you this time, and they shrugged their shoulders. So you tried one last time, a third time, hoping that they'd be able to answer and tell you what you're looking for, and they still could not help you. How frustrating was that experience? In the same way, you want to make sure that your action understands your user and is able to give it the information that it's looking for. We have a few tools that you can use to ensure that. The first is a session flow feature inside of Dialogflow, which allows you to analyze the conversation flow users are having with your action. Let's take the session flow of the Mobile Legends action as an example. This action was built a little over a month ago and quickly rose to become a top 10 action globally. So it makes for a great case study. The action, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, is based on the Mobile Legends game and it tells users about the different characters from the game. So you can see from the session flow here that about 97% of users that start a conversation do so in the default welcome intent, where they're presented a list of characters to choose from. Let's dig a little bit deeper and see where the conversation goes from here. As you can see, session flow allows you to break down the conversation on a per intent basis. I was able to click on the default welcome intent and see what the next set of intents that triggered from there. In this case, about 57% of users clicked on one of the characters to learn about it. I'm going to dig one level deeper and see what happened from there. 41% of users that selected a character read about the character, and then 32% dropped off from there, as we can see from that red line coming out of the intent. Session flow is a powerful tool for you to identify what the most popular intents in your action are. This is great if you're looking to expand your action and want to see how users are already leveraging it. The second thing that I would recommend using session flow for would be to use it to identify where the large drop-offs are. Maybe there's certain intents where it's just not understanding the user, or it's not providing the user the information they're seeking. Identifying these drop-offs is a great way to ensure that you're not losing users when they interact with your action. And the last thing I'd encourage you to use this feature for would be to identify the intents that just aren't getting any love. And that might mean restructuring your action so that users can find those intents much more easily. Another tool I want to quickly touch upon is the history feature inside of Dialogflow. This feature allows you to see the most popular queries that users are issuing to your action. It's a great way of ensuring that your action responds in the appropriate way and is giving the user what they're looking for. You can also see a few of these queries have an exclamation mark next to it. That's never a good thing. These exclamation marks mean that either your action could not be reached, or that it gave the default fallback intent, or worst of all, it just quit. In all of these cases, that is a poor user experience, and the user is less likely to engage again with your action. Now, we've talked about two different aspects to retaining users. The first is talking about creating a smooth conversation, and the second was all about, what was the second one?
Metrics?
Huh?
Metrics?
So this is all about creating the metrics, right? It's always important to keep a lookout on the metrics to ensure that your action that your users are having a good experience and their action is performing consistently. So let's talk about a few metrics that are particularly important. The first is the star rating that users are giving your action. These star ratings are a good signal as to whether users enjoyed your action and are likely to come back. Ideally, the star rating should be always either be 5-star or 4-star. And if you're seeing a lot of 1-star and 2 stars, that means something is going wrong and it needs to be fixed. Other ratings to keep a lookout on are things like active users, average conversation length, messages, and abort rate. All of these should be what you expect them to be. You want your abort rate to be low, you want your active users to be high, you want your average conversation length to be what it is. If you see any deviations, that means, again, something has gone wrong with your action. So we've talked about a lot of different things in this session. Let's quickly recap what they were. We broke the funnel into 3 parts. The first was we talked about awareness, where we talked about 2 different tools. First, optimizing for the assistant directory page, and second, integrating with built-in intents. The second was about creating an engaging experience, and this could be done by tailoring for the key user journeys where the assistant can provide the most benefit. And the last part of the funnel was about retaining users so that they come back repeatedly. And here we talked about creating a compelling conversation and using metrics to identify pitfalls.
This concludes our talk for today, but we would love to hear your feedback. You can do so at google.com/io or in the app. We will be having office hours right after this at 3:30 in the office hours 10, section F. You can swing by, ask questions, and get your action reviewed. We'd also love to see you in our sandbox. Thank you so much, guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of I/O.
Hey there, everybody. Todd Kerpelman here at the accessibility section of the Sandbox, and I am joined by Patrick Clary, who is a product manager here at Google. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. So tell us what's going on here at the Accessibility Sandbox.
Yeah, so in the Sandbox, we're doing various things. We're showing demos of Liftware. We're showing off some of our wheelchair accessible transit directions we have in Google Maps. We're showing off our automated captioning for YouTube. We're doing accessibility design reviews over here. And we're also showing a brand new product, which we announced yesterday, called Lookout.
Oh, and what is Lookout? Tell me more about that.
So Lookout is a product for users who are blind and low vision, and the goal is to help them become aware of physical objects in the space around them. For example, people that might be present, text in their environment, and also physical objects or products.
Can we see a demo of Lookout telling us what's in our environment?
Yeah, let's do that. So I have the app here, and I'll go ahead and select the icon. And then for this, I'll select an experimental mode, because that's kind of fun, right? And we'll see what it shows.
Drink with text NB18NOND. ISVO HIMON.
So it detected some text on that and it read it out. As you can see, it said Murphy, which is the brand of wine we have here. Let me point it at this glass and see what it does.
Wine glass at 12 o'clock.
So what else can you do with Lookout?
Well, one interesting about Lookout is it's designed to basically be worn, so we can put it in a lanyard like this. And this allows the user to be hands-free and just engage in their activity. And there's controls that facilitate this. So for example, if I want to start recognition, I can knock on the device. And then if I want to pause recognition, I can cover the camera. There we go.
And if I'm interested in trying Lookout, where would I be able to get it?
Yeah, so we'll be rolling out to trusted testers pretty soon here. And you can go to google.com/accessibility to sign up for a trusted tester spot. And then later this year, we'll be pushing it to the Play Store.
All right, so be on the lookout. Ha! See what I did there? Be on the lookout for Lookout coming soon to a Play Store near you. Thank you very much, Patrick, for the tour.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Welcome to Google I/O's Main Street. I'm Timothy.
I'm Farina.
I'm still Todd.
And we're going to go have some fun.
So how's your I/O been?
Amazing.
What's been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
I think that the session on artificial intelligence and creativity.
TensorFlow.js, TensorFlow.js, and Node.js, which has been launched today. Awesome stuff.
You're a JavaScript programmer, I take it.
Yeah, that's correct. I actually run and organize a
Hello, and welcome to what is almost certainly the last session you'll be attending here this week. I'm Ben Frankel, product manager on the Google Play Instant team, and I focus on games. Today we have Jam City, King, and Zynga with us to talk about Google Play Instant. But before we get started, I'm going to provide you some context for the panel discussion. So last year at I/O, we launched Instant Apps. And since then, we've been pretty busy. We've enabled Instant Apps on over 1 billion devices. And we've made major improvements to our tooling in Android Studio. And most recently, at the Game Developer Conference in March, we announced that Instant Apps was finally coming to games. And this week, we were excited to announce that Google Play Instant is now available to all game developers. Now let's take a look at Google Play Instant in action.
Divine.
So King's Candy Crush team just launched that app this past Tuesday, and you can check it out on the Play Store today. So just think about that for a second. That's Candy Crush, one of the most, if not the most, successful mobile games ever coming to Google Play Instant. And what gets partners like King excited is the vision that bringing Instant to games can transform game discovery. And we know that this is possible because we have seen this movie before. Whenever media becomes instant, consumption goes up. Speed is a huge competitive advantage. We've seen this with streaming music and movies, and before that, Google proved the transformative impact of speed with instant search. And we want to do the same thing for games because we believe that Instant will do the same thing for you, the game developer. Imagine users trying more games, exploring more genres, and ultimately finding more games they love to play. That would have a transformative impact on your business. And over the course of our early access program, the data has proven this theory out. Today, the most visible entry point to an Instant App is the Try Now button, as you can see here. And with just the Try Now button, partners are already seeing an up to 20% increase in user acquisitions. Again, that impact is from Try Now alone, which just scratches the surface of the overall Google Play Instant opportunity. People will also be able to discover your games through ads, through the Play Games app, through social invites, and banners and collections on the Play Store. And today we're announcing that Instant Apps is coming soon to pre-registration. Soon players that pre-register can also get a sneak preview of your game. And when you promote pre-registration through social media, email, or your website, users can instantly play that game from any Android device. It's an awesome way to introduce your game to the world. And as you look at what our partners have done with the discovery surfaces that I just described, and you hear about what they're excited about doing in the future, you'll start to see how important a role Google Play Instant can play throughout the life cycle of a game. From the pre-launch phase, when your goal is to make your launch as big as possible, to build the hype machine around your game, and once you've had that big launch, and you've acquired a bunch of users, you want your game to go viral. You want your players to invite their friends to the party, so to speak. And after your game has been around for a while, your goals end up changing. Your focus then turns to retaining your existing players and bringing back those that may have churned. At each stage, the right instant experience can play an integral role in your game's success. And there are 3 types of instant experiences among the many, many that we saw among our partners. It was very difficult to choose just these 3, but I wanted to highlight these 3 today for you. The first is the minigame. A minigame is often a gaming experience that is complementary to the full game and is a great fit for pre-registration. Danceville's minigame here lets you choreograph a routine by manipulating the individual limbs on this awesome-looking character here. And once you are done, you can share an animated GIF with all of your friends. It offers endless combinations of moves and plenty of entertainment to occupy players all the way through to the eventual launch of the game. The second is what I'm calling the core gameplay preview. And the goal of this archetype is to provide a glimpse of what players will experience after the tutorial and introductory levels. This is a great game and a great type for different experiences that have a deep upgrade system, for example, such as Zombie, Gunship, Revenant, like you can see here. In this example, the installed app at the top typically starts you off with just a single weapon. It's not unusual to let people slowly acclimate to new game mechanics and so forth. So you start off with a single machine gun, and the zombie horde that's arriving up there is arriving at a relatively modest pace. Contrast this with the instant experience, which you can see down here on the left. In this one, you don't just get one machine gun, but you get two machine guns. You get a high-power sniper rifle and Hellfire missiles. The whole experience is intended to get your adrenaline pumping and is a great fit for try now, for ads, and other user acquisition channels. And if you're focused on bringing back churned users, the game highlights pattern might be the right fit for you. The Candy Crush experience is a great example of this. To build their instant app, the Candy Crush team selected 5 levels from the more than 3,000 available in the full game, starting with level 16, going all the way up to level 590. And each was selected to highlight a unique combination of game mechanics. I really like playing level 590, which you can see here. There's a conveyor belt that perpetually moves candies around, and there is this really fascinating portal right in the middle of it, which you can't see right now. You can maybe see there now, and through which candies magically disappear. The goal of this type of experience is to provide a glimpse of what you've been missing out on since the last time you played, and it's very effective. So now that you have a sense of the role Google Play Instant can play throughout the life cycle of a game, let's turn our attention to how you build these types of experiences. And just like we want to make it as easy as possible for users to start playing your games, we also want to make it easier for you, the game developer, to build these experiences. And we've made a substantial investment in this area. First, we've adapted the Instant App framework to better suit the unique needs of game developers. There are 3 changes that we made to the framework. We raised the size limit to 10 megabytes. We enabled the progressive download of assets and executable code. And very importantly, we integrated with game engines and added support for native code and OpenGL. And that last point is vitally important because it means you can use the same code base as your full game to build your instant app. And by integrating with game engines like Unity, we've made it possible to build with the tools that you're already familiar with. To make this possible for Unity developers, possibly many of you in the audience here today, we have to work closely with the world's most widely used game engine, Unity. Through this close collaboration, millions of Unity developers will be able to optimize their current and future games for Google Play Instant. And to that end, we've built the Google Play Instant Unity plugin. The plugin simplifies building and deploying an instant app all from within the Unity IDE, and it will be available in the coming weeks. And if you're a Unity developer and you want to start building an instant experience today, we recommend you join our Unity beta program. And you can sign up at this link here in the lower left-hand corner, and I'll review this at the end too, so you don't have to immediately break out your photos and take a picture. And if you sign up today, you'll get the latest news and access to beta features. We're also excited to announce that Cocos has added instant support to their IDE, Cocos Creator. And they've gone beyond supporting Google Play Instant as a build target by adding tools that simplify the process of building an instant app. Cocos has added 2 steps to their standard build process just for this purpose: record and refactor steps. On the recording step, you play your game in the Cocos simulator which tracks which assets are used and when. And then in the refactor step, you use a visual, nonlinear editing style tool to define the boundaries of your instant experience. And assets are broken down by category, as you can see here, to support further optimizations. Cocos has made an alpha build available for the adventurous to try, and you can check it out today. With that, now that I've set the context, let's bring our esteemed panel up on the stage to talk about their vision for and experience with instant apps. So folks, coming up. Thank you. So why don't we kick things off with each of you introducing yourselves, talking a bit about your background and any other thoughts you think might be interesting for the crowd.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marcelo Ferreiro. I'm Director of Engineering at Sham City. And we were in charge of creating the Google Play Instant experience for Panda Pop game.
Hi, I'm Olivia Yu, Vice President of Platform Partnerships at King. And we created 2 Google Play Instant experiences, one with Bubble Witch 3, and then just recently, earlier this week on Tuesday, with Candy Crush Saga.
Hello, my name is Kyle Rushton. I'm a Senior Director of Product Management at Zynga, where I've been for the last 6 years. And I work at Zynga in our Central Product Management team. And I worked in both the Zynga Solitaire and Words with Friends 2 Google Play Instant experiences.
Awesome. Thank you for that. So, first question. How do you see instant and instant experiences impacting the overall gaming landscape?
So the mobile gaming landscape, it's more competitive than ever at this moment. And we see Google Play Instant as a very valuable tool for developers to acquire new users into their games. So I think that's a great opportunity for them.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so at King, I think we think it can, completely change the way that games are discovered. So there's a ton of different untapped opportunities that we're looking into, whether it's advertising, cross-promotion in our games, social. So there's a bunch of different opportunities that we haven't even looked at for Google Play Instant. So there's a lot of untapped potential.
Yeah, so I think in the short term, when thinking about App Store discovery, we'll ultimately see more consumers trying games, which will ultimately lead to more installs and longer and better engagement. But thinking longer term, I think it'll allow developers to sort of reshape the way they think about discovery in the first place, and allow us to sort of think outside the box about how we bring our experiences to consumers in ways that are outside of traditional App Store.
Awesome. So a couple other questions here for you guys. Well, what instant use cases have you tried, and what use cases are you most excited about?
So for us, we built the first 10 levels of the game for users to play, and then they are able to carry over their progress into the full app when they install it. So it's more like the core gameplay
right.
that you made. And in the future, we see that we are going to explore probably sharing the game with your friends.
Right. So this would be like a social invite use case?
Yes. Now that Facebook, it's...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Olivia?
So I think I mentioned earlier, I think we're pretty excited about all the different use cases, probably specifically on the performance marketing side, once it's available. And then also for our side, also cross-promotion. It's really important, as you brought up earlier. We have a ton of lapsed players on Candy Crush Saga, so it's a great way for us to bring players back, for them to see all the, everything that's happened with the game, all the new features, and for people to remember, about the game again. So I think those are sort of the main use cases we're pretty excited about, and social as well, as Marcelo mentioned.
Seems to be a common theme.
Yes.
Yeah, so to date, we've been focused primarily or almost exclusively on Try Now. So in trying to optimize conversion funnel through App Store. I think what I'm most excited about, and perhaps this is, we've already said social a few times, little bit part of my Zynga DNA as well, is absolutely sort of like social invites and social sharing. I think on native, driving virality and social growth has always been challenging, because on the recipient side of that experience, there's always a lot of friction for a user receiving an invite to think about what they've received, go to the App Store, download the app, install the app, and then ultimately, potentially play through a Fatui, and then find out what their friend was actually trying to share with them. But in a world of instant, where you can just share that experience, perhaps play a move in Words with Friends, share it with your friend, and they immediately open the game board, is really transformative in the way we would think about discovery and sharing an app in the first place.
Excellent. So common theme here, social good. And there's lots of other opportunities as well I'd love to hear your thoughts on. But all the things that you've implemented so far, what's been the impact you've seen? And what do you anticipate in the future from the next project that you do with Google Play Instant?
Well, I think social would be really important in that sense. Being able to just click and being able to play the game, that's going to be really important. It removes the friction of the installation, which is where people actually are eager to play the game, and they probably need to wait 10, 15, 20 seconds to download it, and being able to take advantage of that eagerness. And I think that's going to be really important in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, so from our side, we've actually see a lot of users, like a high intent to install, and then we've actually seen a lot of users who've played the instant game actually go to install Bubble Witch 3 or Candy Crush Saga. So that's what we're really excited about. And then I think if there's different ways to continue to optimize the funnel from instant to actually installing the game.
Yeah, so we've been really encouraged by the level of engagement we've seen with the Try Now experience and the demand we're seeing from the consumer side of people really being interested to just check something out and not necessarily download the full experience. But our focus has been purely on driving installs and conversion. I think looking forward, in addition to sort of moving forward that experience, we'll also look to drive things like re-engagement and reactivations and other sort of core metrics as part of the experience beyond just optimization of the installation funnel.
That makes a lot of sense. So, we've heard from you kind of like what you've done, what the impact has been, but let's shift the conversation to talking about how you build the Instant app and how you design an instant experience. So let's start off with you, Olivia. What factors do you think make for a great instant experience?
I think for us, it was really important, you're pretty much playing instantly, and to make sure that the player feels like they're in pretty much the experience right away. And we really picked, as you shown earlier, really exciting levels. So we wanted to make sure we had really great, exciting, and engaging levels for the user to experience. So that was for us really important. That's why we've selected certain levels, as you can see. So certain levels have certain boosters, certain features, to make sure it's really different for every level that they experience within the Google Play Instant experience.
Excellent.
So can you restate the question?
Yeah, so what factors make for a great instant experience?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, missed it for a second there. So certainly, speed is important, so getting people immediately into the core experience, I think probably goes without saying, but I also think it's important to really design for the use case. So at Zynga, with optimization of installs being sort of our primary driver, we were really trying to get an experience that was concise and short so that it ended in a clear opportunity to expose a user to installing the full experience. I think if you were doing something like a social invite or using it for cross-promotion or user acquisition or different channels, you might have to think about the design for that use case specifically. So I think use case is really important to understand and exactly what KPI you're trying to drive when building the experience. So it's probably not necessarily a one-size-fits-all answer.
Gotcha. So?
Well, for us, what made sense was to, as I mentioned before, build like the first part of the game, basically because we know it's strong. So I wanted to share that, and having the possibility to then move to the full app and be able to carry over that progress That was the use case that we use. But we see in the future another possibilities of making probably in another games that we do in Sham City, like testing different use cases and optimize those for each game.
So I have a follow-up for you. So building a game that meets the 10 megabyte size limit sounds probably for many of you like to be pretty intimidating, but all of you have successfully done something like that. And what my question is for you is, as you built out the instant experience for Pandapop, what are the kinds of things you learned about both that process as well as maybe things that you learned about the installed apps infrastructure and so forth?
So our first idea was to make the instant app 20 levels long, being able to go back and forth to the map, and then go to the game, and then go to the map again. But again, we realized that we weren't going to achieve the size limit goal that we had. So at that point, we get together with the team and basically decided to only do gameplay and do the first 10 levels. So that enabled us to remove a lot of textures, scenes that we weren't using, localization strings that needs to be stripped off. And what we learned is that every little thing that you can remove from the app, remove it because it's going to be important. Remove the plugins, remove the localizations that you don't use. Even the smallest prefab, it's important to take it out.
So it's all cut out.
Yeah. Yeah, so take away everything. We tried to do it in a way where we could build it on top of the regular game, so we benefit from the changes that we made in the full app. So I would also recommend that if possible.
So you're saying that through that process, you were able to make optimizations that then impacted your full game, is that right?
Yes. In fact, there were two things that we benefit from building the instant app. One was we improved the way we were making bone animations, and that made the application run smoother and with a reduced memory footprint. So we basically, in the full app, we gain memory and we gain performance. So it was truly beneficial. Yeah.
That's awesome. And Kyle, why don't you talk about a little bit about your experience? You converted, at least a couple of games that I've had an opportunity to play. And what was your experience like, and how did you do that?
Yeah, so fortunately in the case of Zynga Solitaire, the full app itself was just around the 10 megabyte mark, so we didn't have much difficulty getting it under the threshold in that case. In the case of Words with Friends 2, I think it was, and I think this goes back to sort of like the design piece of it as well, was really just having a clear focus of what we wanted to bring to consumers. And so for us, when we launched Words with Friends 2 about 6 months ago, one of the new features we launched with that was a feature called Solo Series, which allows users to play against AI-powered bots. We thought that was a really good match for the instant experience, so we focused exclusively on bringing a subset of Solo Series to the instant app. By having that clear focus, we were able to remove a lot of other stuff that was tangential, unrelated, and so we could really reduce the app size and build a really clean experience without a lot of the other, I won't call it fluff, but aspects of the app.
Awesome. So to synthesize that, you're saying that you can cut out, let's say, lots of levels, but another thing is to just focus on like one particular slice of the experience.
Yeah, exactly. That was a good summary.
Excellent. Any thoughts, Olivia?
Yeah, so I think for us, we just focus a lot on the gameplay. And then, we took out the Saga map. We don't have any other features. And a lot of our games always have a narrative in the beginning and a fatui. So we obviously took everything out. So it was only just focused on the gameplay. So that's what we wanted to focus on.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And we've heard similar things from a lot of our other partners as well. It's either stripping out assets or choosing a select gameplay, but I think it's really good to get some additional context from you up here. So I wanted to particularly talk to you about some of the challenges related to developing an instant experience in Unity, and what are some of the things that you ended up having to do and learn through that process?
Well, as you mentioned before, the biggest challenge for us was size,
right,
actually. So we needed, as I mentioned before, we needed to change the way we were doing Dragon Bone animations, because what we were using at the time, the files that it was producing, they were bigger, and they were also taking up a lot of memory in the game. And after that, we also needed to refactor certain parts of the code to be able to only use the scene of the gameplay. I think those were the two biggest challenges that we needed to make. But in the end, we end up with a more modularized application, and we were able to benefit from that in a technical way also. So it was a win-win for us.
Excellent. And so looking forward, overall, what kind of developments do you see emerging in the instant gaming space in the coming years? You can go as far in the future as you would like, but love to hear your thoughts on how you see the whole space evolving.
I think that this is going to be probably I would say the future of user acquisition. Also, the social part of being able to share a link and start playing right away. That's probably going to be the future apps that we're going to see. And of course, we are going to benefit from that.
Awesome.
I still think, as you mentioned, especially with new games coming, so there's also a way, to also fully leverage the pre-registration on Google Play, right? So players can actually try the game before they pre-register and actually install it. So I think that's another way. And then, depending on where you are in, the stage for your game, there could be different instant games experiences.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the creativity of game developers will bring to Google Instant, and I think there will be some breakout mechanic built on top of Google Play Instant, that to date would not be possible. And so I think once you think about it from a design perspective and what you can bring once there's no friction between a current user and a potential user or a reactivated user, I think we'll be able to build new mechanics on top of that that are breakout.
Excellent. So it turns out we're making great time. So I'm wondering if, we now have about 10 minutes left, which means that we could do some Q&A. If you in the audience are excited about that, I'm sure we would love to answer your questions. So, see if that mic works.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Chris.
It does indeed.
I'm from Hong Kong. We're a game publisher. I'm just wondering, I think Kyle mentioned about re-engagement, and I was wondering if you guys did a different experience for re-engaged users versus new users from directly, organic users from Try Now.
Yeah, so to date, we haven't specifically tried a use case related to re-engagement, but certainly if we were, we would design a new experience for that. So if we were, for example, releasing a new feature, we could perhaps put the content specific to that feature within Google Play Instant and then introduce that to a consumer through Instant. But I definitely think, for us, when looking at install optimization, that wouldn't necessarily be the appropriate experience, and definitively would not be the appropriate experience for trying to bring back someone that was already accustomed to playing the game. So we haven't tried that to date, but it's definitely something we're considering.
Okay. So you are able, more for Ben as well, you are able to distinguish these re-engaged users coming back versus new users, right?
Well, it's really, there's a couple of different ways I could imagine this working, but in one scenario, it's about how you target your users, right? Like if you have existing channels to reach people that are already playing your game, then you could have some certainty that it's going to be the already playing your game type of user that you're exposing to the instant experience. And if you're, the try now button on the store is really a good fit for, new users in many cases, right? So I think that you can handle the targeting on the basis of, how you identify your users and look to see how you can get the instant experience in front of them.
Thanks.
Oh, we got some more people coming up.
I guess I would just add to that, like ultimately any channel you're currently using for marketing, for the most part, could be used in a use case for.
It's been a fun 3 days with all of you here at Shoreline Amphitheater for Google I/O 2018. We've checked out a lot of really cool in-person experiences that you might have missed if you just tuned in for the session videos. If you want to experience all the fun again, or for the first time and at your own speed, go to g.co/io/guide. To learn more about Google Developer products, make sure to fill out a form at g.co/dev/form. I look forward to seeing you all next year, on-site and online for Google I/O 2019. Until then, make good things together. I'm Timothy Jordan. From all of us here at Google, goodbye from I/O 2018.